I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledged knowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was taught with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena on. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, outcasted like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? It's the #1 Chief Rock in Knicks Universe. Your main man, Uncle Freezy, is in the building. Let's go. Get that energy up. Y'all want this party started right. Y'all want this party started quickly. Right? Let's go. It's the Knicks at Night podcast. Friday night. We feeling all right. Yep. So we're going to rock for a couple of hours. We're going to I'm trying to work on getting my stamina up. You know what I'm saying? I think we got some people coming through. I think we got maybe Adam coming through for a little while. I think we got IKBM Dre coming up. You know what I'm saying? I think Corey Lee might be in the building. We'll open up the panel and things like that for those that are gonna have some dope takes and all of that. DJ Space Ghost is in the building. Metz is in the building. The hip hop legend called Mega is in the building. T Smith, what's good? I see you. The son of the legend, Kerry Cox, is in the building. Kenny Payne, my man. What is good? What's good? It's good to see y'all, man. It's good to see y'all. Right? Yeah, man. Kerry Cox says, man, interesting topic tonight. Yes. We don't want to do, it's blurring tears, baby boy. We don't do the same. I ain't going to talk the same old topics to death. You know me. I mean, I'm interested in what y'all thinking, right? It's my job. It's my job to create content. Kinda. Is it my job to create content? I mean, it ain't paying me nothing, but y'all get what I'm saying. I'm motivated to bring you content, right? I want to rock with y'all, right? It's a Friday night, so we're going to splurge a little bit. I'm going to play, check this out. Yo.
Yeah, man.
Adam
What's
is in
good,
the building.
boss?
What's good, boss? What's good? How you doing? Oh, boy. Adam got an echo in the background. Let me move. I'm going to move Adam right here till he fix that, man. Because even though I love my voice, I just don't want to hear it twice. Yeah, man. Adam, you good? Adam, you good? No, Adam, you got an echo. You got headphones on? All right, let me do this thing real quick. I'm going to get in my bag about a thing, right? Right. I want to talk to y'all about a thing, right? And y'all bear with me, right? But before we come in with like a predetermined before we come in guns blazing without data and facts, hear me out. Before you rebut for the sake of rebutting, hear me out. Before you come in with your argument, before you hear what was said, hear me out. Right? Right. Before we start saying, yo, I don't know about this topic, man. Why we always listen. The Knicks so far have played 75 games. Jalen Brunson has missed 10 of them. Adam, you there? You good?
What's good, boss?
Okay, the echo is gone. Okay. Man,
Yeah,
you had an echo there for a second.
Yeah, no, because my headphone connected to my phone, and I'm trying to listen to you on my iPad.
Okay.
It's weird with these tablets.
All right.
How you feeling tonight, boss?
Man, and I'm good. I'm about to get in this bag though. Just be patient with me right quick. Just hit me out on this.
Go ahead.
You know, because a lot of times, Knicks fans and content creators, the first thing we knee jerk a lot. Like we hear a certain thing, and then we start talking and have no idea what we heard. Right.
Yep.
And so I'm just asking, just for a second, just to say this: the Knicks have played 75 games. Jalen Brunson has missed 10 of them. Right. And I have a thing that I want to show everyone before we knee jerk and say, oh, man, we always be making up stuff about Jalen Brunson, man. We just be making up narratives, blah, 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 blah. Let's look at facts, right? Let's look at facts, right? So Jalen Brunson missed a game on March 23rd with a hand injury. That's a new injury. On March 10th, he missed several games with a foot injury. March 8th, he missed a game with a foot injury. The day the All-Stars were named, Jalen Brunson missed the next game with an illness. I know he probably mad he didn't make the All-Star team. I'm just throwing that out there. On Christmas Day, one of our biggest games of the year, he missed that game with a hip, but he got hurt in the previous games against Chicago, where he was going in and out of the game, right? On December 13th, he missed a game with a foot injury, right? On November 26th, he missed a game with a quad injury, right? So all told, and this is not the total number of games he missed, because he missed 10, right? But this is the amount of times that Jalen Brunson has been injured this year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different occurrences in a 75-game stretch where Jalen Brunson has missed time to injuries. Now, were some of these injuries re-aggravations of previous injuries, maybe the foot? Possibly. But in a 75-game stretch, Jalen Brunson has missed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different occurrences where Jalen Brunson has been injured. Right? Now, am I saying Jalen Brunson is a 10-man? No. It's not what I'm saying. Right? That was odd. I clicked on this button for new layout. That was odd. Thank you, StreamYard. Let me click on edit layout. Okay, dynamic grid. Okay, got it. Got it. I want to do that. Let me do this. Move this over here. All right. Okay. All right. I ain't gonna mess with that during the show. I mess with that when the show's not going on. But anyway, Jalen Brunson has missed numerous games this season. Am I calling him soft or 10-man or injury prone? Not at this moment, but I think maybe we should start having the conversation on why Jalen Brunson is often injured in his first season as a Knick, and what can we do to help Jalen Brunson stay healthy? Adam, with this being said, right?
Right.
Do you believe Jalen Brunson is injury prone? Or do you think this is, and I'm asking for your opinion, not the opinion of others. I want to hear what you think. Do you think Jalen Brunson is injury prone, or do you think this is a freak occurrence and Jalen Brunson will be healthy next year?
I don't think he's injury prone. I feel that he should be healthy next season.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I am nervous there. I'm nervous, big dog. I'm nervous. And the reason why I'm nervous is not because I think Jalen Brunson is a bad player, bad person, any of that. I'm not. Jalen Brunson doesn't concern me. His style of the way he plays, his production, all of that stuff, I like it. Right? Oh boy. Here comes the hot stepper. You ready for the hot stepper, Adam?
Yeah, man, bring him in. Man, did I miss that?
What's up, boss?
What's up, Dre? Uh-oh. I guess his mic is not attached.
All right, that was awkward.
Okay, now he's alive. What's good, Dre?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah,
Okay, my bad. What up, y'all? What up to the panel? What up to the chat?
Just really quick. So, Dre, I was pointing out the fact that Jalen Brunson may be injury prone. I don't want to believe it myself, but what I'd like to do is at least consider the possibility, right? So on the screen, we have a list of Jalen Brunson's injuries this year. March 23rd, sprained hand, right? March 10th, foot. March 8th, foot. Might be the same injury re-aggravated, right? February 2nd, illness. That was a day we find out that he wasn't an all-star. All of a sudden, he's sick.
Right.
All right, Christmas Day, out because of hip, but he hurt himself the previous Friday in the Chicago Bulls game. And he left that game off and on. The game we lost to Chicago. Right? December 13th, foot. November 26th, quad. Right? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 types of injuries and 75 games. Right? And so while I don't want to say that he is injury prone, I'm gonna say that's an alarming amount of injuries for one season.
Hmm.
Should we be concerned?
It, it's hard to say. Well, considering his height, it is a concern because you're living on the finest of margins, the finest of edges, razors. It's razor thin. His margins are razor thin to be successful in the league, and he has
Right.
to inch every little bit of athleticism in his body just to be a consistent scorer on a night to night basis.
Right.
And for hypothetically speaking, if he loses half a step or he loses the ability to leverage his weight or put his body on the line because his game is very physical
Right.
and like it's hard to say. It's hard to say because what's going to happen when you get older? When you get older, you don't become less injury prone,
And you don't get more athletic.
right? So it's cautionary. Like he's what 26 now.
Yeah. Yeah.
I,
He's still young.
but I mean he's still young, but the average NBA player hits their prime around 27, 28.
Yep.
Not to even think about like going forward or beyond this year, but would he ever get like a second contract with us? Like, what would a second contract from Jalen Brunson look like?
Um, like a role player contract.
I hope not.
Yeah.
I I
Yeah.
hope not because then that would mean he'd had a rash of injuries back to back to back to back to
Has he
back.
Well,
had? But has he not had a rash of injuries this season?
Well, serious
yeah.
injuries like
Mhm.
knocking you out for 10, 15 games, knocking you out for a few months out the year. You know, like some injuries are pretty blunt, and then there are muscle like muscle and tendons. Those are the ones that you're even more cautious about, like an Achilles or an ACL. He hasn't had those yet,
Right.
but the nicks and dings and sprains and bruises in his foot and all these things, it's like his body isn't built to handle the
Can Jalen
pressure
Brunson
of
afford to? Can Jalen Brunson afford to be slowed down
no,
with
Mm,
his game? And
no.
you notice with the proof that we have in the website. For those that don't know, the website that I'm using is Fox Sports. That's the source that I'm using, and I'm under the injuries tab.
Mhm.
It's NBA, New York Knicks, Jalen Brunson injuries. I'm under the injuries tabs on Fox Sports' website, and they say Jalen Brunson has missed time with a hand, a illness, a hip, a foot, a quad, right?
a
Mhm.
foot
And we know,
and then shoulder in the bottom.
yeah, and so the thing that I wanted to point out to everybody is hear me out on this. For a dude that's not explosive, not fast, not a leaper, he has this season he's had a surprising number of lower body injuries. A quad, a foot, a hip, a foot, a foot. For a guy that can't afford to lose an ounce of foot speed,
Yeah. And the guys that can withstand some injuries, like yeah, I would say even Sean Livingston, even in extreme, he's a tall point guard. So he can withstand that because
right,
he can work around the fact that he's bigger than most of the guys that he lines up against at his
right,
position on a night to night. Whereas if you've seen what happened to Isaiah Thomas, the most recent Isaiah Thomas,
yep,
he got the
Mm,
hip and he was done.
done,
Yep.
yep, that fast in a blink of an eye, his whole career changed.
And he was athletic too.
Yes, and fast,
Hmm.
quick, right, and
And so
just like that.
the question is, did Jalen Brunson suffer these same injuries when he was with Dallas?
No,
No.
But his
no,
workload was a lot lesser in
right,
Dallas. And
right,
he wasn't I don't honestly like he probably wasn't at the top of the league in taking charges. He
yep,
wasn't isolating as much. He wasn't getting fouled as much. So he's not getting contacted as much because he wasn't the focal point of the offense over
Right.
there.
Right.
So when he goes into the paint against trees, and legitimately one of his pet moves to get a foul is a rip through
Yeah.
to draw contact and get whacked.
And you see it because he hops, puts the ball with two hands down in a strong position, and then comes and flails at the rim. Y'all see it. It's his move. Y'all know the move I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's his move, and you have to be pretty precautious. Like you have to think about these things when you're investing hundreds of millions of dollars into a guy or expecting a guy to be a part of the key cog of your future.
Right.
And it doesn't help that he's already at a lie, like he's already at a disadvantage on defense. And I'm starting to think his defense got worse since these injuries.
Yes.
And I showed you this statistic the other day.
Can you send it again? Is it on the Discord?
Yeah, it's on the Discord.
Okay,
It's on the
I'll
Discord.
find it. I'm gonna show it. I'm gonna go find it. Yeah, go ahead, Burke. Go ahead, Adam.
That's insane. If he didn't suffer these same injuries with Dallas, then something's not right with his body. For him to be suffering this amount of injuries with the Knicks. I don't know. I feel like Tibbs is really overusing him, abusing him. That has to play a role in why Brunson is suffering these injuries.
So,
I,
and
I, I,
some of these injuries, it's not necessarily the total of minutes that you're playing, but the intervals of these minutes. Like playing guys 12 straight minutes.
exactly, yeah.
Sometimes resting guys for 2 minutes in the second half and playing 22 out of 24 in an entire half. I'm like it. As I speak right now, I'm watching the Sacramento Kings game in the background, and De'Aaron Fox averages 25 points per game. Right?
Okay.
He's been sitting on the bench since the midway point of the third quarter. It's halfway through the fourth, and now he's about to get up and get into the game. And the game is, and the game has been like a 3-4 possession game the entire time. But you don't overexert guys just to eke out a game in the middle of the season. Sometimes you have to think about the bigger picture. And we're also seeing like that 9-man rotation is slowly wearing us down.
Right. And so my thing is with Jalen Brunson is that for the production we're getting from him, man, listen, we are getting bang for the buck. For what we're paying him, we are getting way more than we deserve. For what we're paying him, we probably deserve about 18 points, about 7 assists for what we're paying him.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But for what we're paying him, we're getting this borderline all-star, potential all-NBA type player. Bro, my consternation comes from Jalen Brunson's injury starting to pile up. Right? And we have a coach that refuses to allow guards to help share the workload in the backcourt. Right? Mm-hmm. Oh, Randle getting the ball and all that stuff. We knew that Randle was going to do Randle. So when you see Randle with the ball, he was going to do that even if we had Kyrie Irving. The stuff that Randle does, he's going to do the Randle stuff regardless if we'd had Magic Johnson. Right? Okay. Right. But I'm talking about like the Lions' share of the playmaking in the backcourt. Just because the Lion has the Lions' share doesn't mean he couldn't, shouldn't, and share that Lions share with the rest of the pride. Right? Let the little cubs eat.
Right.
Let everybody else in there eat. Just because you have it all don't mean that you have to use it all. And I think what's happening is Jalen Brunson most nights is doing the lion's share of the playmaking in the backcourt. Right? It's one of those deals where Dre, I talk to Dre about this all the time, bro. I say no matter who the point guard is, no matter if it's an all-time great or a great right now, they all have elite backups. All of them. Even if you go back to John Stockton and Howard Osley, right? And Tony Parker and who's Tony Parker's backup? I forget the guy. Patty Mills, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even
And you would say if he's not the playmaker, Manu would take up that mantle
right,
as the initiator.
right. They would share the duties, right? They would share in these duties. The Knicks, however, don't game plan. They don't game plan for a guard to come in and get on the floor with Brunson. So even though so that Brunson can play off the ball for a little while, right? Like at the beginning of a game, the starters are Grimes and Brunson, right? Brunson comes out, does his thing, and then you don't see Grimes take over for 2 or 3 minutes of the playmaking.
Right.
Right. Yeah, you brought up De'Aaron Fox, right? When have you seen De'Aaron Fox in his entire career not have a good backup?
I'm jogging my memory for all his backups, and he had Tyrese Halliburton. Now he has Davion Mitchell. He had few others. Yeah. And I spoke a little bit too soon. Think De'Aaron has a sore hammy.
Okay, now he had that sore hammy since he played us.
Yeah, and I think they're being precautionary. Like if it was the playoffs, he would play.
Yeah,
they're like, we're wrapping up the season. We want you completely whole by the playoffs. So they're being a little bit, careful with that sort of situation. You don't want to mess with
that sore hamstring. Yeah, he's had that sore hamstring since he was blown by Josh Hart. Remember that? He on a sore hamstring, he was roasting Josh Hart on a sore hamstring. Yeah, I remember the Sacramento game. Y'all know I'm not just making in this. I'm not just throwing Josh Hart under the bus. But my thing is this, right? The Jalen Brunson thing, I think, has been misplayed. Right? I'm not going to bring up Mike Conley, even though I feel like that's one of my best moments of doing this show. When I was sitting up here talking about the Knicks should go get Mike Conley, and Knicks fans was like, Mike Conley is 99 years old. His birthday tomorrow. Okay, I got you. I got you. Mike Conley is 59 years old, and his birthday is in a couple days. Remember that? And then Mike Conley came, and Mike Conley with the T-Wolves came here and roasted the Knicks, right? But what if we played Minnesota and we had Mike Conley already? Would the outcome have been different? I think so. Would Jalen Brunson have been healthy for that game? I think so. Everybody needs help. It's the reason why Adam and IKBM Dre, rock with me at night, because even though I'm the number one chief rocker in this universe, I need help rocking with the show. And they do a great job. Sometimes they take over and rock the spot, and I play off the ball. There's no harm in that. It's how things work. It's like Run DMC. We know Run DMC was DJ Run's group, but he had DMC with him. I mean, no matter how, everybody that's great has help. Nobody that have achieved greatness did it by themselves. Nobody.
Mm-hmm.
There was a man in the Bible that was the savior. Even he had help from 12 other guys. You know what I'm saying? It's like we look at Jalen Brunson's injuries and we want to kind of ignore them because we hope that this is not real, right? But this is real. Dre, this is real. Adam, the injuries I showed you, that's real, bro.
Yeah, man.
I have proof. I'm furnishing proof. For those that think I'm making this up, here's your proof. Here's your proof.
These are true facts, injuries.
I'm not saying that Jalen Brunson is injury prone. What I'm saying is, before we get to a point where he's injury prone, we need to get him some help.
Yes.
Maybe the help is already in house.
Yeah, by putting Miles McBride in there, give him some minutes.
But if you realize how we play basketball,
right?
When Brunson is in the game, even if he's playing with IQ is somewhere all off of the ball completely. They don't they don't ever actually share the ball handling duties when he's out there.
That's true.
It's the Brunson show
Yep.
until Brunson is on the bench.
Yep.
And that's more of a Tibbs quirk.
Yep.
Instead of, because there's a reason why we see IQ feel more confident when he's coming off the bench without another. Well, not more confident without another, because IQ has the ability to play on and off ball. But in that same tone, and in the same token, you still need to utilize that ability when he's on the floor. That is a dynamic ability when you have two guys that can play on or off ball. And when you only use one guy in that role, you make your defense. I mean, you make your offense one dimensional and predictable.
Right.
It's why all of our entry passes when we watch the Orlando Magic get picked off.
Right. Right.
See, what I find, it just blows my head to the roof when I keep seeing Tibbs just sticking with Quickly and Brunson, and he never adjusts to say, let me put McBride in there so that Brunson can get a little bit of rest. You know what I mean? You got to play Miles McBride, man. His defense is ridiculous. You can't deny McBride's defense. His defense is incredible. But not playing him because you only want to stick to Brunson and Quickly, come on.
I mean, it's not even just sticking to Brunson and Quickly. It's utilizing them to the best of their abilities, maximizing what they can do, and minimizing what they cannot do. So it's about, like, if you're gonna have, Brunson knows how to play off ball with a ball dominant player. He did it for 4 years before he got here.
Right.
And he knows how to remain a threat in that role. It's okay to run some sets for Brunson off the ball where he's coming off a few screens and getting to a spot, and then having, like, the weak side to himself on an isolation, instead of him initiating it and then all eyes are on him and teams are loading up just to stop him and then lay lumber on him when he gets into the paint.
Right.
We're not doing things optimally, in my opinion. And his body is taking the brunt of these things that are not the most optimal towards winning games, or not even winning games, but towards staying healthy. What's up, Rob and Nick?
Okay. I would say
I'm not necessarily the biggest McBride fan. I if I were to bring McBride in the game, it would just be to spell minutes, 3 minutes each half. just to give guys a breather.
What I'm getting at is this. Instead of having Quickly on the floor playing the two with Jalen Brunson, I say split duties sometimes. Right. Like with me and Adam and myself, we root for the Brunson burner. Like we've done it before. Me and Adam have been on the screen at the same time rooting for the Brunson burner, and we like it. We like the Brunson burner. Yep. The Toronto game, it was like a holiday or something. And like midday, was it like a King holiday or something? We were rooting for the Brunson burner, whatever it was. I don't want Brunson to stop doing that. What I want Brunson to stop doing is getting worn down. Right. Yeah, I want him to stop getting worn down, man. That's what I'm saying, man. Like you don't have to do all the heavy lifting.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
You try to get your teammates involved more. You know,
Yeah, or let them take the lead a little bit.
it's exactly.
Like Brunson, like when you go three guards, like when it's quickly Grimes and Brunson, man, allow Grimes to cook a little bit, a little bit. I'm
Hmm.
not saying that he's a playmaker yet. What I'm saying is big guards do it in this league. All the jumbo guards do it in this league all the time. Low, they'll take. You'll see the um. I want to use an example. You'll see just Anthony Simons, take over with Damian Lillard on the floor for a little bit.
And Damian Lillard's off ball, just catching his breath, just
Daring and daring you
ready,
to double team him. Yeah.
and like he's ready. If you sag off and help a little bit, he's ready for a catch and shoot.
Yeah.
Which
One of the
Brunson
greatest
is,
shooters ever. Yep.
which
Yep.
Brunson is elite at catching and shooting, particularly up the corners.
Yep.
So it's like we don't do these things to make our players' lives easier. We try to like fight force for force instead of having a little bit of finesse.
And
Or
why? And why though?
because we have to win every single game in the regular season, according to Tibbs. To be absolutely
Yeah.
honest,
Tibbs has lost it.
Tibbs
uh,
is making me sick.
there,
I'm sick of
there's
Tibbs.
there's sometimes there's scheduled losses, man, and it's okay. Like
Yeah. You
when
got
you're
to live
playing
with it.
four games in 5 nights and you're on the road, it's
Sometimes you're gonna
okay
lose.
to
Sometimes you're gonna lose two out of those.
like.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's okay to be like, yo, take a load management day. Deuce McBride's
Yeah.
gonna play 24 minutes tonight. IQ's gonna play
Tibbs ain't gonna do
24.
that. What? You think?
No,
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 Tibbs ain't doing that.
of course not.
Tibbs ain't doing that, bro. Tibbs is not. No, Tibbs is
Be-
not doing that.
because the off game in the middle of the season, game 46, and you're on the road in Oklahoma City off of back to back when you just played Houston the night before, right?
Right.
You can afford to take because that'll give you the option or ability to save bodies, just legitimately just save a body.
Right.
Mm.
For the long run.
Yeah, but playing night in and night out,
Going
I,
hard. Game 7 every night.
and we had this discussion, and it's not even just physically the mental
Mm.
toll, and you can see it on Randle as well,
Right.
playing every single night.
Every night is game
Can-
7, and then you wonder why Jalen Brunson has injuries piling up, and Julius Randle is having a meltdown.
I mean, Dre, I spoke to Fuji a few hours ago, and I basically told Fuji I am sick of Tibbs, and I'm sick of Randall because his behavior is unacceptable. For him to be in Quickly's face, that was uncalled for. Quickly was literally protecting Randall from getting the technical foul, and Randall was being hard headed.
Right.
I'm gonna keep it. And
Literally hard headed.
some like I can't put it all on Randall because
Oh come on!
behavior,
You saw Quickly
beha-
try to push him away, and he wouldn't
uh,
do it.
uh, 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 some of the behavior is
It's unacceptable.
it's no. Some of the behavior is enabled. It's allowed to happen. I mean, if you've seen how Tibbs operates, Tibbs let Jimmy Butler do whatever he wanted to do,
Right.
Mm.
He let
and when
Derrick Rose do whatever he want to do.
yeah,
Right?
so
Because you notice, Dre, Derrick Rose was Derrick Rose in Chicago, right? And then you notice when Derrick Rose got to New York when he was wearing number 25, certain stuff he started noticing, like, dang, Derrick Rose just didn't show up for a game.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
y'all remember that? Derrick Rose walked off the floor. Derrick Rose walked off the floor. It wasn't even a dead ball. This dude just walked off the floor.
it was a charter
No
flight to
way.
somewhere. Yeah, he was he was off.
Yeah. But Tibbs allowed certain things. Yeah, he Tibbs in
Yeah.
it. But you know what I think it is. I think it's um a toxic relationship. Like where one person is so toxic that they make others that normally are not that way become that way.
Oh man.
And his, I mean, Tibbs said it himself. Fun is fun, but winning is more fun.
Right.
And it's just like,
Right.
bro, you have to have perspective. Not
Bro,
every
you have
game
a
is a must win in a regular season. It is called a regular season for a reason.
right because it's an ordinary season.
Right. It's a regular
That's why they
season.
call it regular because it's the same as all the other, or for the most part, the
Yeah.
same routine, 82 games. Right.
Yeah. You know, it's amazing. The Knicks played 75 games this season, and Randle has played in every single one of them,
Yeah. No.
and without getting hurt. He has not
70.
missed. He has
I
not
mean,
missed a. He hasn't missed a
he,
game this season.
everyone gets hurt over the course of the season, and I'm like
Yep.
nicks and dings. Like if Julius Randle played for another organization, he would have had maybe 4 or 5 nights off just because.
They would have made him take them off.
Exactly, but not with the Knicks. He's played all 75 games.
And I can see his frustration because when you're game 72 and you're already nicked and dinged up and you're getting fouled and then you're not getting calls, it's just like I'm physically over here in pain and I'm miserable. but
Right.
but it's a like ESJ said in the chat, it's a snowball effect where if you're not being attentive to how these guys' bodies are, how their mentals are, it can just snowball. Like Julius Randle said himself, he basically had to take a sabbatical over the summer and then figure himself out and get his mental right. But
Right.
over the course of the season, you're seeing it slowly start to unravel because he's not taking the breaks that he needs to take.
Yeah.
And that's everybody. Occasionally, and I hope my people are not watching, but if they are, so what? Every now and then, like on a Friday, I'll sneak out and then like just go play golf or something. Just me and my golf clubs, my golf bag, just me by myself. Don't tell nobody. I'll just Adam. I'll just go out and just play 18. I fill my little cooler up. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying, with some cold drinks or something, and I just
hmm
be out there by myself, just thinking, just like if I play bad, I play bad. If I play good, I play good. But it's like my mental break. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
like sometimes even with these diets and stuff that I be on, trying to eat right, trying to get back in. Sometimes I'll go to CC's Pizza and just bust them in the head. You know what I'm saying? That's my mental break. Sometimes you need that, bro. Because if you let the tea kettle just get warm and then hot and then hotter and then trembling hot, sooner or later the top is going to explode off that thing, and
hmm
and the water or the tea inside is just going to go everywhere. And that's what I think. I think that's what's happening to Randle. It's like the pressure is so much that occasionally Randle gets to the point where things just explode or overflow. Let me do this real quick. I'm gonna throw the link in the chat real quick. I just wanted to get y'all thoughts on that. I'm gonna invite or throw the invite out there for those in the panel. I'm just gonna say this real quick. If you come on, I'm gonna ask you to have like your cameras on. I'm gonna ask you to not have weird echoes and stuff going on in the background. You know what I'm saying? We trying to level up and all of that stuff. And so if you want to enhance the product, just make sure that you super sharp when you come on. I'm gonna have to start policing this thing. You know, the feedback from others is sometimes people come on and they whack like background noise, or they screaming for some reason for nothing, or they not so just, you know what I'm saying, make sure you dope when you come on.
Right.
And so
Yeah, man.
there is that. Them. Okay. All right. All right. So I think the thing I was getting at, Dre, is Jalen Brunson injury prone. I hope this is not the case, bro.
I hope. I don't think so, but you never know.
I
But I
mean,
showed you. But I showed you the
his,
proof, Adam. I
his,
showed you 7 different injuries.
his brand of
Yeah, yeah,
basketball, his brand
that's
of
true.
basketball isn't conducive to staying healthy for a long
Yeah, man.
time, especially at his stature and frame. It's just like he's running into guys that are half a foot to a foot taller than him.
And outweigh him like by 40 pounds.
Oh yeah,
Mitch was good, bro.
That was good, man.
Okay. Hey
what's up,
guys,
Mitch?
as far as I'm concerned with the whole, is Brunson injury prone? Not
Mitch,
yet.
hey, hold on. Dre was chopping it up though.
No, I'm good. You can go
Oh,
ahead.
okay.
You can go ahead, man.
Okay. Go ahead, bro.
As far as I'm concerned, is he injury prone? Not yet. But with the way Tin Man Tibby constantly grinds these players into dust, like he did with Derrick Rose in Chicago, like he nearly did with Jimmy Butler in Minnesota, and like he's doing with Brunson, Randle, and RJ to an extent in New
He
York.
did with Zach Levine, by the way. He tore his ACL
Oh, I
while
forgot about
playing,
yeah. Was that in
playing
Minnesota?
like
That was in
yeah,
Minnesota.
yeah. When Tibbs was in Minnesota, he had 3 of the top 5 most played players in the league, and they
Yeah.
were Carl Towns, Andrew Wiggins, and Zach Levine.
That's the issue. I think Nick with Dolan. He keeps picking these antiquated relic coaches, whether to put them in the front office or on the sideline or on the court sidelines, thinking that their more antiquated tunnel vision approaches are going to help this team. Short term, maybe, but long term, it does more harm than good.
Okay.
I'm inclined to agree, but that comes from a place where Leon Rose doesn't necessarily know everything about basketball.
Right.
He has friends, and the smartest basketball mind he knows is Tom Thibodeau.
Yeah.
And Tom Thibodeau also happened to be unemployed at the time.
Yeah.
So it was like 2 and 2. He put 2 and 2 together,
Yeah.
and he made it happen. Now we're the Knicks building. I mean, the Knicks front office is essentially mob ties at this point.
Basically.
So
They're a bunch of
once
idiots.
once you have a rapport with Leon Rose or whoever, you're pretty much locked in.
Yeah.
So it's my like I've suspected for a while now. Like it kind of makes sense that Brunson is here because I feel like we probably had eyes on Brunson for a year and a half, or
Yeah, but
maybe
I'm
2
just
years
saying.
before he even got here. Which is why IQ didn't start, in my opinion.
But here's my point.
Yeah.
The way that Tibbs coaches, it's more like he's trying. It's like a politician who tries to limit damage control to a city, but in reality, he gets little to nothing done in that situation and actually causes more damage rather than control it.
Right. I mean, his approach to the game doesn't necessarily work in this iteration of the NBA. In the early 2000s or mid 2000s or 90s, the pace of play was a lot slower. So you could play guys 40 minutes a night without really worrying about guys being run down because they're not running up and down the court. They're legitimately running about a half a mile less in those games as they do now. On top of the fact that you're closing out to the 3-point line from a
Mhm.
million miles away. So
Mhm.
it's more like the strain on the body in this particular game. Just because they may have fouled harder, your body's putting in more strain in
Mhm.
this game, which is why guys are getting way more soft tissue injuries now.
True.
Is Freezy here? Oh,
He-
I'm gonna bring Rob the Nick up. Hold on.
do I really come off like Mad Dog Russo?
What's up, Rob?
Salute to
Salute.
the chat.
What's
What's going
what's
on?
good, Rob?
Hey, what's
What,
good? Ain't
I'm,
nothing, Hank. Hanging
what's
in there.
what's your take on all this, Rob?
You're echoing,
Well,
Trey.
Freezy
Oh,
said,
you weren't finished, Nets? My bad,
No,
Rob.
I'm saying you're echoing.
Is it me? My bad. Let me turn it down. Go ahead.
I think he's not. If he had 7 injuries, you got 82 games. That's 5%. So we gonna call a man injury prone and he's hurt 5% of the time? I don't think so. He's all right. You know, he's only missed 6 games and he had 7 injuries, but it cost him 6 games. So, as far as I'm concerned, he's not injury prone, but our coach makes players injury prone as we see how he just dogs them. He needs the Tibbs, man. I think, man, Tibbs coaching style is gonna cost us in the playoffs.
I agree.
2 years ago.
You know, he's one of those coaches. Like, for instance, the Orlando game. Orlando is not we shouldn't have matchup problems with Orlando. Tibbs have matchup problems with young coaches. That's what the problem is. All young teams that's innovative, Tibbs has problems with. Them old school coaches that grind it out, that plays the same type of ball as Tibbs, it's no problem when he plays those teams. It's those young, innovative coaches that Tibbs refused to change, playing the same 9-man rotation when somebody else is playing 12. Man, you know, it gets old watching him. This team is better than what they are right now. And that's not and to me, they always been better than what they are right now. You know, but teams are going to give away games and do things with players that other coaches just don't do. And it shows now at the end of the season, Knicks fans are scary in the direction that the team is going in. You know what I'm saying? Because it's starting to look familiar with Tibbs.
My bad. I think Robbie might need to wear headphones. Or is it me?
Okay. All right.
Where is my headphones?
I agree with you, Rob.
Yeah, man.
All right. So you're saying so basically what you're saying is Tibbs is being outcoached because he won't change.
Basically, yeah, the rules changed from the 90s. They're not even playing the same style of ball that they played when Tibbs when Tibbs was a head coach. The game is not even the same no more.
No.
But Tibbs is.
Right.
And sometimes, like, the idea of conceding, this is like a newish idea in terms of defensive principles, but the idea of being more straight up and conceding the 2 as opposed to the 3 is something Tibbs would never abide or rock with, or selling out to defend the 3 just as equally as defending the 2. Because if you go back and watch the last 3 games, all we did was help over and over and let teams shoot threes.
Yep.
It's particularly in the fourth quarter because we're so keen on protecting the paint and always having a traditional center out there that Tibbs doesn't realize we're losing these games when teams are going 7 of 8 from 3 in the fourth quarter, and we're not adjusting to what they want to do. They want to shoot threes to put us away, and we're not even like attempting to try or switch it up or switch our coverages. We're playing the exact same way in the first quarter as we do in the fourth quarter, which is insanity.
Insanity.
Wait, what's one of the definitions of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over, thinking it's going to work when it always blows up in your face.
Yeah, somebody got to put some headphones in, man. Are we gonna have to make a change or something?
I believe. Did Rob put in his headphones? I believe he did.
Okay.
I think he did.
Hey, so just to make you laugh real quick. So guess who is number 3 in the NBA in total minutes played?
Randle.
Brunson.
Jason Tatum.
Jason Tatum.
Guess who's number 2 in the NBA and minutes played?
Jalen Brown.
Mikal Bridges.
Oh yeah.
Guess who's number 1 in the NBA and total minutes played? Julius Randle.
Knew it.
Julius Randle. Right? And so to this thing that the OG is saying and that Dre is saying, and I don't want to pound the table or make it seem like we're dragging dead bodies, like the same argument over and over and over again. But at some point where you have the clear empirical data that says a certain thing and then you're getting a certain result, shouldn't you at least consider doing something differently?
You should.
Like what Mets was saying. Like what Mets is saying. Like bro,
Like
you
what
doing
I
the
said
same
this
thing
morning,
over and over again.
like this morning, I said an 11-man rotation would do the trick.
Right.
I won't say 11-man, but you can run a 10-man and get just as much as you need. Like if you run a 10-man rotation, your starters can still play 31 to 32 minutes instead of the stretched out 35, 36, 38, like rashes of play.
I would say, I don't know. I think I agree with Mets. Now, with the 11-man rotation, now what I'm saying is I don't want to have 11 guys playing every night. But what I'm saying is what I want to do is have 11 or 12 guys ready to play every night, and then sit a guy like load manage somebody, load manage Randle, let Obi get some playing time down the stretch. You in the playoffs, man, already. You know what I'm saying? And you playing Randle and losing anyway. So if you play Obi and lose, it's not like that's an unfamiliar feeling, right? The thing is have 12 guys on deck. Sit Brunson. Listen, right now, Brunson has a sprained thumb right now with 7 games left in the season.
It's a shooting thumb.
Right.
It was his thumb? That was confirmed?
Yes,
I didn't
it's his
know.
thumb. Yes,
Wow.
it's his thumb.
I didn't know it was his thumb. I thought it was foot.
No, before the injury, I know he had a sprained hand, but I didn't know it was his thumb, which is actually
Yeah, they said it was his thumb.
Yeah, it's his thumb. Yep.
On his shooting hand, no less.
Right. And the thing about it is he was already nursing a
No, excuse me, Freezy. It's on his right hand. It's not on his shooting hand. It's on his right hand.
Okay.
It's still his guide hand. It's still very important.
And remember, he's a point guard. Remember, he dribbles. Right. So it's still impactful. And thank you, OG too, by the way, for that. Appreciate you. What I'm saying is, man, the dude's got a sprained thumb, bro. Why are we even considering playing this dude with the playoffs when the playoffs are in 2 weeks? This shouldn't even be an issue.
Right.
What about this, fellas? If Tibbs is going to play 9, shouldn't it be, okay, you got your starting 5. Just say, okay, you want to play 9. Does it have to be the same bench players every game? Why can't it be you got to start in 5 and the 9 players that you play, it's according to how the game flows? Why it got to be written in stone that it's these guys and the other guys don't get to play? Sometimes matchups dictate who you want to play. But if you got it written in stone, these are my 9, and somebody on the bench matches up better than your 9 that you playing, I think Tibbs is hustling backwards. Because you couldn't tell me that McBride would have been a better check on Cole Anthony in that Orlando game.
Right.
He would have been a better check.
And at some point, like when you're running Josh Hart, for example, he runs Josh Hart 17 straight minutes. At some point, you're getting diminished returns on what Josh Hart is, because he is an energy guy. And when you blow him straight 17 minutes in a row, you're not getting the maximum amount of effort because he plays full effort. You have guys like him, you have to run them 7, 8, 9 minutes, give them a break. That's 7, 8, 9 minutes a game. Like you can't just let them run 17 straight minutes when his entire game is based off effort.
Right. You're gonna drain him. You're gonna drain him out, drain all his energy, and then he out there running on fumes. You finally take him back out, and then you like Josh, for him to go right back in. Come on, bro.
Within 2 minutes, that's not a lot of recovery time, and that's the biggest issue with the tactical tunnel vision of the 10-man.
Right.
It's like he is heartless.
I think he's clueless. I don't think he's heartless. I think he's clueless. But let me make y'all laugh real quick. I got something to go along with this Tibbs exhaust his players thing, right? Right now, mind you, I asked you guys who led the NBA in minutes, right? Remember that?
It was Randle.
Right, right. It's Julius Randle, right? All right. So I got another one for you. So guess who is fourth in the NBA and number of shots taken?
Randle.
Luka Doncic.
Luka Doncic.
Right now, okay. Now, guess who is third? Guess who is third though?
Tatum.
Anthony Edwards.
Oh,
right. Inefficient. Right.
Number two.
Jason Tatum is up here. Jason Tatum leads the NBA in field goals attempts taken.
And Randall's number 2.
And Julius Randle takes the second most number of shots in the NBA.
But Freezy, guess what's crazy? Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle was all the two players that was on the verge of playing 82 games. Yep. And that's funny that they 2 and 3 and taking shots.
Right.
And Anthony Edwards is out right now.
Yeah.
That's what OG was saying, though. That's what OG was saying.
Right.
Anthony Edwards wanted to play every game. He just got injured.
He was on.
And I was gonna put Embiid up there, but he also missed like 15 games, and he takes a ton of free throws, which don't really count as shot attempts. But he was attempting to shoot while he gets fouled. So,
on the fact that Embiid is actually a lot more efficient when he's able to pull that kind of stuff off.
Well, right. And but here's the thing that's really going to make y'all laugh.
Or make us all mad, depending on your preference.
RJ Barrett is 26th in the NBA in shots.
No.
Our third option. Think about it. There are 30 teams in the NBA, and every team has a number one option, right? Think about that. There are 30 teams. Every team has a number one option. RJ Barrett is 26th in the NBA in shots.
And that's because we're extremely ISO heavy. Extremely ISO heavy.
The golden child for you?
The golden child. I want the knife.
I mean, if we had to look up a statistic like which team has the least amount of shot attempts from their centers, we're probably that team.
Dre, you gotta let me. I feel you. Let me cook on this, right? Because I said RJ Barrett is 26, right? But here is the bigger thing. Here is the big, because the ISO heavy thing Dre said is totally accurate. But he let the cat out the bag. I was building towards something, Dre.
Oh,
my
bad.
Dre just snatched my point. I was trying to let it cook, and he just snatched it off the fire.
Yeah.
Yo, Randle is second, right?
Mm-hmm.
RJ is 26th. Jalen Brunson missed 10 games, and he is 23rd.
Wow.
RJ missed like 10 games or like 9 games too.
Right. But OG, I'm focusing this towards the OG, right? Because I know you guys know, and plus, man, I love Rob the Nick, man. Rob the Nick is like our OG. You know what I'm saying? I called him OG before anybody else was even whatever. Rob the Nick is my guy, right? From way back. You know what I'm saying? This is my dude, right? But the Knicks, all right, 30 teams in the NBA, right? And follow me. Listen to what I'm saying to y'all, right? Right? There are 30 teams in the NBA, and the Knicks have 3 players in the top 26 in shots. So that means with this formula, so to speak, right? If Jason Tatum is 1, that means RJ Barrett and Jalen Brunson are more important than Jaylen Brown would be to the Celtics. Does that sound backwards? Yes, it's ridiculous.
Extremely backwards.
How do the Knicks have 3 guys in the top 26 in shots when there are 30 teams in the NBA? That means for those ball hogging dudes, nobody else on the team gets to cook.
Thank you.
How many?
But we blame the supporting cast for not making shots when they don't get the ball.
When they don't get the opportunity to. Right, OG, these are the type of things that we wanted to. And listen, I know those will be watching the show. I know I know we're used to certain narratives, right? Like you watch all this stuff on YouTube. People talk about the same stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because we talk about the stuff we comfortable with. I don't care nothing about being comfortable with a topic. I be wanting to talk about like stuff I feel like matter to Knicks fans. Knicks fans, we have 3 guys in the top 26 in shots, and there are only 30 teams. What are we doing? And then we mad that Obi Obi don't average 15 points a game. You know why? The shots are not there.
I'm sick of Obi
How
too.
many times have we seen Quentin Grimes go 20 minutes and shoot 2 times?
Right.
I mean, how many times have we seen the Tin Man take the ball out of Grimes or Quickly's hands, whether they're playing good or bad, and he just sticks it back in the dead leg hands of either Randle, Barrett, or Brunson?
Yo, they shoot so much, Mets. They shoot so much that they are so shot thirsty that RJ and when the other team make a shot, instead of our 2 forwards getting back and letting the point guard bring the ball up, both of them are like, hey. From when we take the ball out.
He has his hand out ready.
Yes, RJ, our small forward is in the backcourt asking the point guard to give up the ball so he can go down and shoot.
Is that a player thing or a scheme thing?
More like a habit of RJ's.
Hey, look, me and Free Keith did a game, talked about a game. Now look, check this out. When we counted up the 90, it was like 92 shots.
Right.
Between Quickly, RJ, Brunson, and Randle. Guess how many shots was left for the rest of the team?
11.
15.
15. I knew it was going to be somewhere in there.
Which game was this?
15.
Against who?
Nope. No, we talked about it. We talked about it about a month and a half ago. I don't remember what exactly what game it was, but it was like 15 shots was left for the rest of the team.
Right.
That's crazy.
Ridiculous.
This would have had been before the All-Star break.
Yeah. Yeah, and so the reason why I bring this up, and Dre, the reason why I like having Dre here as sometimes the pilot, sometimes the co-pilot, whatever. It'd be like a back and forth. Y'all already know. It's the reason why I like talking about these topics is because we legit blame like if I wouldn't have said this tonight, right? Everybody would have been like, well, Randle hijacked the offense. Oh, really? Randle hijacks the offense. What about the Knicks having 3 guys in the top 26 in shots? Right. Somebody told me Grimes don't shoot because Randle don't pass. Right. And I'm like, well, okay, I could see that. Right. But then when you dig into the data, you see nobody allows Grimes to cook. Nobody allows. And listen, I know that with the counter to this is, well, every team has a pecking order. Every team, first, second, third options. Nah, it's not how it worked. I'm looking at the stuff right now. No other team, from what I saw, had 3 guys in the top 26 in shots.
Freezy,
it's just the Knicks.
I was gonna point out, like the Sacramento Kings have the number 1 offense in the league right now. Well, right.
16,
Ever.
20, close.
And
I wasn't that one either.
And I was gonna say, De'Aaron Fox is in the top 20. He's 16. Their next closest player is 72, Domantas Sabonis.
Right.
And they are the number 1 offense in the entire NBA.
Yep.
Their third closest player is 80, Kevin Huerter.
That is bananas, bro.
Bob?
It's doing it by committee, and when you're trying to force something over and over and over, you become completely predictable. Like, teams know exactly what's going to happen when they play the Knicks on a night-to-night basis. And you see teams, like, we might punch them in the mouth in the first half, and then you see them slowly adjust and pick up our sets and, like, blow up our plays or jump in our passing lanes because we're so predictable in our entry passes. It's like our whole team concept, or lack thereof team concept. Honestly, hard pressed to believe. I don't know if it's going to work in the playoffs. Just playing exactly like this.
Agreed.
Right.
Case in
Right. And so the thing is the thing is I want to OG, the reason why I brought up this point, right, is because you said something earlier and I wanted to provide some evidence that you're accurate and you're right. Right. So if the Knicks have 3 guys in the top 26 in shots, it's not because of pace of play. The Knicks don't zoom up and down the floor. Right. It's not because of pace of play. Right. It's because they take the Lions' share of the shots. And like what you said about young coaches innovate and Tibbs dominates against the other coaches, basically what it is the Knicks offense is predictable.
It's
you
stagnant.
know who's going to take the most shots and win. So you could cater your defense to shut down the Knicks based off the data that we saw.
Mhm.
Anthony D is in the building. What's good, boss? So Mets, how do we fix it?
Well, for one, aside from firing sending the Tin Man to the junkyard, which I don't think is going to happen until the end of the season if the playoff run is a bust. One, and hire a coach who understands and is young and can innovate and adapt, as opposed to burning the team, eat the candle at both ends, like Thibodeau does. One, sit Randle down and put him in a straitjacket if he gets off the handle again, and where he gets yet another technical for a 4th game in a row, and sit him for the whole half and give Obi or Sims a shot, or give Sims or Ihart a shot to shine at the 4 slot. Because, in my opinion, there's no logic to keep such a powder keg going like this. You need someone who's young. You need someone who needs the minutes. And in my opinion, that's Jericho. Oh,
okay.
Oh, more so than Obi. Yes, Ihart can occasionally hit the perimeter shot, but we need a guy who can be just as much of a bully in the paint as Randle is. And in my opinion, that's Sims.
Okay. I would say this to your point also. RJ Barrett is 26th in the NBA in shots. Do you know where he ranks in field goal percentage? I'll help. RJ Barrett ranks 104th in field goal percentage. So he's 26th in shots and 104th in field goal percentage.
That's horrible.
Yeah.
What Randle in the mid-50s?
I'll find it for you. Let me go back up to the top. All right, let me see. Randle is, where is Julius? Randle is 83rd.
I mean,
He's 2nd in shots and 83rd in field goal percentage.
I mean, another case in point is when Tibbs sees these guys get in foul trouble. Oh, he goes to the next guy in foul trouble to play on. When that guy goes in, next guy. There's no logic in that. Get the fresh legs. Case in point, the game we lost to the Timberwolves at home last year. Both Noel and Mitch fouled out. I was praying for him to put Sims in. This was the chance. He didn't take it. He went to Randle.
Right.
That's BS. I get you're wanting to play small at that point, but again, you've got a fresh center to use. Give the rookie some minutes, damn it. But no, old Tin Man Tibby, as metal-minded as he is, does not want to listen to reason. He does not want to go to adapt. This is the problem with old school coaches. I mean, I'm going to go back to a dark time. Larry Brown, when we brought him in 05-06. Now, granted, one could argue he had a bunch of divas on the team. But that said, he was just as inadaptable. True or false?
That's true fact. Man, it's crazy, man. He's 83. Where's Brunson at?
Oh, I knew you was going to ask me that.
Brunson is high. But this is the thing. When you compare like shot attempts, you have to compare them to guys that are in their same
No,
volume.
I'm just saying where he ranks in the league, where he ranked that as far as like his field goal percentage. That's all I'm
Right,
looking
right,
at.
right. I feel you,
Jalen
Rob.
Brunson is 53rd.
Yeah, I'm saying, but if you were to compare Jalen Brunson to all the other guys that take as many shots as him, he's probably towards the top. Like when you say raw field goal percentages, you're including guys like Mitchell Robinson who take like 3 shots and they're all dunks. When you have to compare like volume, like you have to
But
compare guys that take 15.
He's 23rd in shots.
No, Rob. I'm saying you got to compare volume. So like you can't compare someone that takes 4 shots a game with someone that takes 15
I'll be
a
right
game.
back, Breezy.
No, but that's what I'm saying, Dre.
Yeah,
He's number 23rd in the lead in shot taking, but he's 50. What you said? He's
53rd.
53.
53,
He's
yeah.
53 in field goal percentage.
and what I'm saying is all the people ahead of him in shots probably shoot a like worse percentage than him outside
No,
of like
I doubt
Embiid
that.
or
No,
Jokic.
we talking about at the guard position. We're not talking about him
Well,
as
at the
any position.
at the guard position, there are very few point guards more efficient than Jalen Brunson.
Well, who you gonna say? I say John Morant.
Jalen Brunson shoots a higher percentage than John Morant.
Look at that, Freezy. John Morant is at the basket all the time. It's hard. I doubt that very seriously.
He does. John Morant shoots 46%.
Jalen Brunson shoots 47.7.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Those when you're talking about those two, that shit. I don't know if I want to compare those two.
well, I'm just talking about. I was really just talking about any guard, any starting guard. Where does he rank in? I'm not going to compare
Oh,
Brunson to a center.
okay, like Jalen Brunson for this season, Freezy, he shoots 49%, 48.9, which is 98th percentile out of guards. Period. Like
Okay.
out of any guard that shoots at a volume anywhere near him, he's like one of the most efficient guards in the entire NBA. Only like Kyrie Irving is more efficient than him. Kyrie and Steph, if we're talking true shooting and all that other stuff.
Yeah,
All
we
right, let
talking
me
about
do
him
some.
like Dame Lillard. Like we
Yeah,
like when he's 53. I'm not looking at him like I said, like as centers and
right.
people are taking 3 shots. I'm
Yeah,
taking
but
all point guards in
right,
the
right,
league.
right, Rob. When he said that number, he was including everybody in the entire NBA.
Oh, I
So
know that.
yeah, yeah.
That's why I was asking about other guards.
Right. Got you.
You know, it wasn't like just anybody like Embiid, somebody that's by the basket all the time. Just
I'll
putting them
give you.
next to.
I'll give you a true shooting stat. Like true shooting is a concocted statistic that basically puts all your stats in terms of shooting from the field, shooting from the 3 point line, and shooting from the free throw
Yeah,
line.
in a formula. Yeah, they got it in a
Right.
formula.
For point guards this year, I'll tell you right this second. Stephen Curry is the highest true shooting point guard this year, followed by Dame Lillard, Tyrese Halliburton. By the way, they're all high volume 3 point shooters. Malcolm Brogdon, Kyrie Irving, Luka Doncic has a higher true shooting, D'Angelo Russell, De'Aaron Fox, and then Jalen Brunson. So he
But I
is
think
two, three,
Steph's
four,
brother
five, six.
probably don't match in minutes like all the rest of them that you named.
Right, and that's why they try to compare like guys that have the same amount of volume in terms of actually putting up shots. So if we're talking like straight efficiency, there are only 8 guards better than Brunson in terms of being completely efficient point guards. Tyrese Halliburton takes way more 3 point shots than Jalen Brunson Delano. That's why it's kind of skews for his true shooting. So like he probably takes less shots than Brunson, maybe 4 or 5 less shots per game, if I had to guess. But that's how true shooting is tabulated and put together. It's a formula that puts everything that anytime you shoot a ball, they tabulate it, and
Right.
3 pointers count for more for obvious reasons.
Yeah, because it's weighted more. Yeah.
Yeah. And Jalen Brunson wasn't considered a 3-point shooter. Now, if he were to take more 3-pointers and shoot his threes at the same percentage, his true shooting percentage would be up there with
Okay.
Dame and well, not with Dame, probably not, but probably above like D'Angelo Russell or something like that.
Yeah,
Because
D'Angelo Russell's not a good shooter. His percentages, I think, are skewed.
yeah, but he just takes a ton of threes and makes a lot of them. But his
Yeah,
percentages inside the 3-point line are mediocre.
it just make you want to vomit, right?
Right.
Yeah. So basically, what I'm getting at, not that the OG brought up a point about Thibodeau,
Mhm.
and so I brought up the data to support the Thibodeau debate. Whether you're on one side or the other, makes no difference to me. What I was just bringing it up to support what was said about Tibbs, and my personal opinion, most of the time I try to stay neutral. But my personal opinion is that the OG is correct that Tibbs doesn't adjust.
I'd say never adjusts.
I think he comes in prepared, right? I think he comes in prepared, but I don't know if he adjusts.
He's like your corner man that tells you everything that you need to know about the fight before it happens,
Right.
and then you get hit upside the head, and then your corner man doesn't know how to adjust because he doesn't know what to do. Like it's just all too fast for him to analyze. So it's like you don't know what to do.
Right.
Anthony D has had enough with Julius Randle.
I mean, I've had up to here with Randall's antics, and I don't watch a lot of Nick games living down here in the Carolinas.
You don't have NBA TV, man? I mean, not NBA TV.
I'm in the Carolinas.
NBA
I
League
watch
Pass.
it on Prime
League
Video.
Pass.
The
It's
League
on-
Pass.
Yeah, League
But
Pass.
but anyways, just want to say this before I move on to another topic, right? Just want to say this. If this is let me state it. Let me just keep it real. The same thing people say about Tibbs, they say about every coach in the NBA. Every fan base, bro. I talked to the Philly fan base. They say the same thing about Doc Rivers. Atlanta was saying the same thing about Nick McMillan, right? When I talked to
they all
Randle,
have
they
in
say the same
common.
thing about Jason Kidd.
What they all have in common.
They're old school guys.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Every fan base in the NBA has a complaint about their coach when the team loses, right? It's just what it is. It's one of those things that if we get rid of Tibbs, then who, right? Then who we bringing in, right? And I know the fan base is enamored with Johnny Bryant, but he ain't ever done nothing, right? Johnny Bryant has done zero in the NBA in terms of head coaching. Now, with that said, maybe that's a good thing.
They give us some fresh meat.
Right. Maybe that's a good thing. You know what I mean? But I don't want to say fire Tibbs, but what I will say is I'm extremely frustrated with the fact that 3 guys take the Lions' share of the shots. Right?
I mean, but then again,
we put all the pressure on the Red Sea. It would be fine if the fan base understood that, and
Right.
it will stop pressuring the rest of the guys because they don't make shots. You
Right.
ain't even get time to sweat.
Right.
You just really, like what Mitch said, we just running laps.
He gained cardio.
Right.
He getting cardio.
Is he wrong?
No, he's not.
And to that point, man, like what Hartenstein and Mitch do are completely thankless. Like it's thankless, dirty work that they do on a night in and night basis.
Grimes
So-
too.
Grimes too.
Yeah, right. They're all getting beat up. Grimes is getting beat up, running through a billion screens trying to check the elite athletes and scorers of this league. And
Right.
and Mitch is trying to protect the rim, box out 3 or 4 guys that they're just trying to throw at him. you the least you can do is throw him a bone, and the only guy that really throws him a bone is like Grimes, and he barely even
Hey,
gets the ball to do that.
hey, look, fellas. Imagine if Randle had to do what Hartenstein and Mitch do for one game.
Stein.
No shooting, but you got to do it. Then you talking about all of these fouls that you get. Do their job for one day.
Right.
Just be like that tough defender, and you do that versus the job you got, and see how much you'll talk to the refs.
OG, you know what? I did that to a member of my team, right? He came in my cubicle. He was like, Uncle Freezy, I feel like I'm ready, man. I done got my master's degree. I done did blah, 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 blah. And quite frankly, I see what you do, and I don't think it's that hard. Is what he told me straight up, like in my face. Right? I was like, okay, I got you. What we'll do is next week, for the entire week, I'm going to have you shadow me, but you're going to do what I do on a daily basis for the entire week, right? You're going to do exactly what I do for the entire week. And then that way, you know what I'm saying, you can get some training. You can kind of level up a little bit. OG, the thing is we used to have staff meetings at 7:45, right? Everybody coming to work at 8. We had staff meeting at 7:45. 7:45. He coming in. He the last one in the conference room. 7:45. Chris, where you been? Yo, you said 7:45, bro. Yes, that don't mean you show up at 7:45. That means the meeting starts at 7:45, right? And it was like this the whole week. Like, yo, what time we going to lunch, man? We got to skip lunch because we got to skip lunch. What you mean? Right, bro? Yo, it's such and such. You know, we got to put. Man, and then the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I had to stay over. Like everybody getting off at 5, I had to stay over to like 7:15, 7:30. I'm like, Chris, yo, we got to stay over till about 6:30. 6:30 come, he packing up his stuff. I'm like, yo, we ain't finished. We got to stay till we finish, right? And so we leave at like 7:15. He mad at me, got an attitude. You just keeping me here? No, I'm not just keeping you here, bro. It took you to 7:15 to finish, right? So we locked it. So by Friday, OG, guess what he telling me? Man, you just wanted to put me in the ringer. No, bro. No. You can't complain about what other people do if you don't know what they do. You know what I'm saying? And then now you in that spot and you did the stuff. And quite frankly, I don't feel like you even learned nothing.
Got that right.
You complained the whole time. I don't know what your takeaway is, that we do unnecessary stuff. Your takeaway should have been, I need to tighten up my game. I need to get better. That should have been a takeaway. The takeaway is this company suck. Right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
right. I say that to say if Randle just had to block shots and rebound and not shoot, like what you said,
mm-hmm.
He loses his mind.
Be Dennis Rodman for a week.
Yes.
And I bet you appreciate getting fouled.
I have a question.
Going to the line.
Do you think he's become a diva in that regard?
Yes.
Ditto.
Yep. And Dre, you know how I know?
Where?
His rebounding numbers have been in decline since the beginning of the year. The dirty work stats have been in decline.
Randle or Mitch?
Randle.
Oh.
For Mitch, you get the same Mitch no matter, even if he's disgruntled, he gives maximum effort.
But you see, when Mitch is hobbling, don't you see the guards suffer?
Yep.
When because Mitch been hobbling the last week and a half. And look at the guard play. They give up threes. They give up everything. They getting beat to the basket. When Mitch is hobbling, when it looked like he did something to that right knee, it might take these little couple of days right now to get him back straight. Right. But when Mitch is playing well, it seems as though the guards play well defensively. When Mitch ain't playing well, they giving up shots all over the place.
Yes.
Did y'all know that Randle is only averaging 8 rebounds a game for March? He's averaging 8.8 in February. In January, he averaged 13.7 boards a game. So Randle's rebounds are down. He's almost down 6 rebounds a game since January.
You know what? I can say this, and this is what I honestly believe. Randle cost himself a great game Monday with that rebound that he missed. If he would have closed that rebound, he would have cemented his own win in that fourth quarter when he went at it lazily.
Yep.
And then they hit the three. He cost him. As soon as he did that, I said, Randle, you messed up your own game.
You know why he messed it up though, OG? I'm gonna tell you why he messed it up. He was exhausted. He had no legs.
And that's because of again, what's the problem? It traces back to the coach refusing to adapt and give his top guys more than 2 minutes on the bench.
Yeah, that's true.
I wanted to point out there's been tons of games where Randle has felt like he got fouled, but he only reacts like this when he's having a poor shooting game.
Yep.
Exactly. I said that earlier today.
Yep.
When he's shooting, he'll grin with the ref if he's having a good game and get fouled, but he started off 1 for 8. I mentioned that on the morning drive today. That 1 for 8, and then the energy on the whole team changed.
Yep. Yep.
And I don't like that I don't like what that represents. Like, if you're not getting it going, you're going to sabotage yourself and take yourself up out of the game completely because you're mad your shot isn't going. And when his shot isn't going, his defense falls off a cliff, his rebounding falls off a cliff, his overall just intensity to the game. Or like for instance, we've seen other guys like go off rough stretches, and you'll see guys come over and talk to him and like get him a pat on the back or pat on the butt, and try to keep them engaged. Right. Even when guys try to do that with Randle tries to like tune him out when he's not playing well. He's like in his own world. They're stuck in his head.
Man, I called him a bully earlier today, and I stand by it. Man, he's a bully, man.
Yeah.
And it's not directed to the other teams. It's directed to his own team. Right. Like I said, his most formidable opponent on that bench is arguing. Check it out. It's Fournier, because Fournier gets into him. Yeah. Fournier be saying something to Randle on that side of that bench when he be doing that stupid stuff, and Randle be looking at him all bug-eyed and crazy, but you could say, he'd be like, yo, man, be a professional, man. You out there. And then Randle like going back at him, and then he'd turn his head and walk away. But I seen Fournier go at him like at least 3-4 times.
I mean,
that?
At this point, you're just waiting for Fournier to snap and just smack him across the back of the head.
I don't know if the Frenchman want to go that far, but
he ain't doing that.
I'm not advising that for him. But it's like,
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
What I was gonna say is okay. So I liken Randle to, and when I say liken, I mean compare. I like to compare Julius Randle to other guys historically that do the same thing that Randle does, right? And while they all don't play the same style of game, they all get the same result, right? Like when you look at the Karl Malones, when you look at the Charles Barkleys, when you look at the Julius Randles, and I know people are going to say, man, don't put them in the category. Listen, I'm not saying that Randle is Charles Barkley. What I'm saying is look at his points per game, the role that he plays, his rebound and defense. Look at all that stuff, right? Guys that have done the same thing that Randle does. Bro, they all lack in one thing or the other. Like for instance, Charles Barkley could score. He could be the enforcer. He could rebound, but he couldn't defend, right? He couldn't defend 6'10" power forwards. That wasn't his forte at 6'6", 250, right? Karl Malone, who could score, get out on the break and run, and could rebound, could not defend, right? Everybody has like this thing. Like it's too much to ask these guys to be elite across the board, right? Like for instance, Michael Jordan could do everything on the floor except shoot a jump shot consistently. Anything from distance, that wasn't Michael Jordan's game, and he was a shooting guard, right? What I'm saying about Randle is when you ask Randle to do different things and he's playing 1,000,000 minutes a game, he's gonna slack and lack somewhere, right? You can't ask Randle to attack closeouts like Jason Tatum when or like Jalen Brown when Randle plays all these minutes and is the focal point of an offense and is the best rebounder on the team and is the enforcer. What I'm saying is I think we ask too much from the superstar. Now, how we could get to that place of Randle maybe being not great at a few things and being bad at others is by lowering the expectation and role on some and just asking him to be good. Instead of asking him to be the valedictorian, let's ask Randle to just be on the honor roll. Can you just be on the honor roll? I mean, you still gonna get to college. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a rare.
But it's hard to ask someone to take a reduced role like that.
No,
Unless no, not everyone, but him in particular.
no.
I don't think
You
Julius
just
Randle
you just
respects
telling him to play.
anyone.
You just telling him to play less minutes.
Okay.
Keep fresher legs.
I thought you was speaking to
Agreed.
more of a like a step back in role, like usage or something.
No,
like that.
I'm not saying he's the third option. What I'm saying is
Okay.
the reason why his 3-pointer doesn't go late in games is because he doesn't have any legs. The reason why he missed out on that rebound that the OG pointed out, because he don't have any legs. The reason why he's begging for those calls and all of that stuff, because in the first half, he's dunking on people. In the second half, he just going to the rim, getting beat up. He don't have any legs.
Getting stuck on the rim. He been getting stuck on the rim for about 2 weeks.
Right. That's what I'm saying, because the legs are not there. That's all I'm saying, Dre. I'm not telling Randle to come off the bench.
But
so what you think is his training or is it the coach? Why he don't have no legs?
I think Tibbs can play Randle, and this is what I'm saying. I think Tibbs can play Randle and just not have him be the focal point of offense and defense when he's on the floor, like Giannis does. Like Giannis play a bunch of minutes too, but there be stretches when Giannis is just on the floor.
Giannis in the first quarters, he might play the first 6 minutes, come out, get like a 3-minute blow, come right back in the 2-minute mark of the first quarter.
Right.
And then and gets the tee off against team second unit. So he gets his numbers
Yeah.
that aren't like high stress numbers. Like he could just do what he does against lesser players.
And I saw him in a Philly game. Brooke Lopez guarded Joel Embiid for most of the game. But when it was crunch time, you know who was on Embiid? Giannis.
But
he saved his legs to the fourth quarter.
All right. And go ahead, Matt. Go ahead, Matt.
But there's a difference between someone like Randle and someone like the Greek Freak. Giannis has the tools around him that if he's having an off night, they can help compensate. You've got guys like Connaughton, Holiday, Hood, Robin Lopez, Brooke Lopez, and so forth.
Bobby Portis, Jay Crowder, Chris Middleton.
Right. Those are the guys that, Giannis has a supporting cast surrounding him. And Budenholzer, or whoever's coaching the Bucks now, doesn't burn him at both ends of the candle. The candle at both ends. Tibbs, on the other hand, doesn't have that, didn't give Randle that group that works for the benefit of the whole. It's basically a mismatch of discrepantive parts that don't function properly.
Matt, I was gonna jump in, but the difference between that and us is the Bucks. Like I hear something in the background. I think it might be Rob.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, but like the difference between them and us is they almost have two different identities. They play completely different when Giannis is not on the court. There's way more ball movement. They attempt a ton more threes. Like they have a separate identity. They have different modes to play in. Whereas if Brunson or Randle are not on the court and RJ's on the court, we're still playing heavy isolation basketball, no matter who's on the court.
I'm just saying.
If IQ's on the court, he's gonna run a ton of pick and roll and try to get to his spot and get his shot up and not throw up a lob to Mitch or anything like that just to get a floater. It's like we run a ton of isolation basketball,
But
no
my
matter
point.
what.
But my point is, Dre, that when Giannis is on that court, he's got other players to fall back on. Randall does not have that. And
That's
when
not true. That's not true. If you got three people taking the Lions amount of the shots, how do you know what you got when those three players are taking all the shots?
I'm inclined to disagree, Max, because we have three guys capable of being the best player on the court besides Randall at any given night, and we've seen it before. Like Brunson is capable of being the best player on the court.
Right.
IQ is capable of taking over a game.
Right.
So is RJ. Now
But with
it's
Randall,
how you get to that point, and how you get to that point, and how to utilize your players in that point. We don't ever actually have a rational explanation for why we run so much isolation.
That's
It's
coaching.
Yeah, that's straight up coaching. There's no rational.
Yeah, so we do have a reason why.
I mean,
it's coaching.
We have a reason why, but if you were to ask Tibbs, it's like Tibbs is like
he would lie.
Tibbs is gonna like the game tells you what to do.
Tibbs, quit acting like a damn.
Yeah,
at that
Tibbs
point,
gonna
you're saying,
lie.
Tibbs, your nose is getting longer and it's about ready to get chopped off. Either quit lying and get out of the way and adapt and let someone else take over so they can help this damn team adapt, or continue to be the tunnel vision tin man SOB I've accused you of and demand that you get sent to the junkyard.
Yeah, send him. Yeah, man. Look, man. Tibbs' philosophy is his philosophy, and so far it's got him 42 wins, and he thinks everything is going the way that it thinks. But to me personally, with a coach that can coach, I think, man, this team would have won 50 games this year.
Easy.
This team would have won they would be rested going into the playoffs, and the energy would be better. Man, everybody look like, man, everybody when a player falls on the Knicks right now, I get scared. Because I don't know if they're getting back up.
It feels like we peaked too early.
Again.
I don't know about peaking because it's 8 games to go. And if you go out winning 7 games to go, you go out winning your last 4 and you got a week off. So did you really peak too early? This team right now is playing Tibbs style basketball, might equal up between 45 and 40. I predicted 47 wins at the beginning of the year, and it's shaping out to be that way. So I'm not really thinking that this team is a whole lot better. It's better. It can be better if we had better coaching, but the team, as far as like the talent level, I expected that the team to do better just because of chemistry, and they're doing exactly what they're supposed to do. But if they had a better coach, it can be more. So anything that I'm putting on this team going forward right now, it's going to be the coach. He have to show improve in the playoffs because the players show that they can play if given the chance. So now what you going to do with this talent in the playoffs? You're going to play 8 people? It might go down from 9 to 8.
Right.
This guy.
Right, because every other team, their rotation gets cut short, but normal teams go down to 9.
Exactly.
We're already at 9. We're already running on a playoff rotation.
Which is why it should have been 10 or 11 from the start. But no. Tactical Tin Man Tunnel Vision Timmy continues to run this 9-man rotation. And you don't use a postseason rotation setup for the regular season. That is completely illogical in the long term.
That's why I said
the thing is that you have to take into account is we didn't just get here magically. Remember, the Knicks climbed up through the standings. So Tibbs took this team that was struggling as of December 3rd, went to the 9-man rotation, and took us from the 11th spot all the way up to 4. I mean, all the way up to 5, where we're comfortable at. So Tibbs has been in playoff mode since about December or January. You know what I'm saying? And now that we're at the 5 spot, I think we're a little bit comfortable. And I agree. Listen, I don't fault Tibbs for trying to get the best out of the team, like get into activation mode in order for us to feel secure. Because today, all of us as Knicks fans feel confident that we're going to make the playoffs. You didn't feel like that December 2nd.
Hey, look, Freezy, what I say to that is this here. If you look at the first 20 games of the season, the Knicks had a tough schedule. When Tibbs made that change, the schedule got easier. So it wasn't like it was the change that it was the 9-man rotation that did it. It was the caliber of teams that we played from December 3rd going into the new year, because remember, we had Philly, we had Boston, we had the Grizzlies in the earlier part of the season. We had some hard teams to play.
Right.
So with the way that it
I understand what you're going from, OG, not to cut you off, but going into December, we feared that December schedule. Adam was up. Listen, we had to calm Adam down. I almost had to send Adam some cigarettes. Because Adam saw the December schedule. He's like, oh, the December schedule. Adam, you remember that? Is Adam still here?
Yeah, I did.
Adam, you remember that? Remember how you talked about the December schedule?
Yep.
And OG, I'm not saying I disagree with you. I'm saying coming out of November, when we looked at the schedule, we thought it was tough. Come to find out, when we got into December, we took advantage of the schedule. But when we was going into December, we didn't know that their schedule was going to be, we didn't know we were going to be that successful. So a lot of us thought the season might be over at the end of December.
Because they were saying that all of these teams, look, at the beginning of the season, they were saying that all of these teams was better than us. So psychologically, a lot of our fans had themselves doomed anyway.
Right.
But I seen it differently. I didn't go by what Vegas and them was saying. I said 47 wins due to the talent that we had and the way that, and the chemistry. I knew that was going to come together. Because remember what I always said last season, Freezy? I said this was growing under the garden. Right. These young players were growing, and they was going to be better. No matter how Randle played, that these young players was going to be better. And with the addition of Brunson, I say, yo, I can see 45 to 47 wins. Okay. Because I looked around the rest of the league and I see what they was doing. I wasn't big on a lot of these teams. I've seen a lot of teams getting older, a lot of teams in the same position that we were, but what we had over them was chemistry because we played longer. So I bet on that. And it panned it out. But then when I seen the job that Tibbs was doing, I'm like, yo, man, he could be doing a better job.
Right.
He can be doing a way better job with these players as far as like, because Randle looked like he going to be taxed when the playoffs come. Yep. He got to go home. He got to do his husband's duties. He got to come back with no legs. And a lot of that plays, like, he's not going home like quickly, and them don't got no woman laying in the bed with him. You know, he got things to do when he get home.
He got baby.
You know, them young players, they don't. They now hooked up, married, and doing all that. Yo, they still living their life. Right. So their legs is different, and you can see it in Randle. He been fighting with that rim for 2 weeks.
Hey, Randle out here talking about that rim too high. That rim too high.
Yeah. And then when he do get one, you see his legs be all over the place. Like he can't believe that he got up there to get it.
Right.
Yeah, rest him, man. 5th seed, 6th seed. Long as you ain't in the 7th seed and you're in the play-in, you good.
Hey, man. I don't know if I want that 6th seed, though. Wait, no.
You don't want to see Boston?
I was forgetting the Sixers are above
Actually,
Boston right
Yeah, we would be facing Philly if we got the 6th slot.
Look, man, I don't want no parts of that.
Hey, look at here, man. I don't care who they play because this is not a championship team. Because a loss will expose what you need. So going against Cleveland, everybody getting to that next round is not what it's all about with me. I just want to know. I want these boys to play hard enough so we'll know what we need going forward because we need something. So we know what the draft and what it looks like.
Rob, like calling a spade, just with the season playing out, we kind of already know what we need on this roster already before we even get into the playoffs.
Well, what's that?
Besides like a superstar, of course, we need wings with length.
Man, look, I want to see what emerges. It's easy to see now, but what you will know when the pressure get tight, and then you see what emerges, and then you'll know a wing player. Okay, yeah, you can say that because the whole league is full of wings, but that's not because we're not right now where we at the missing piece. I want to see somebody may explode over Randle in the playoffs. We already know what Brunson is capable of. Somebody just might show something to say, okay, we're going in this direction. Let's move this piece. And and I'm looking for that. And then
Rob, like I'm a proponent of like putting some stock into the playoffs because the playoffs definitely matter. But I also don't want to throw away around 72 games of data that shows me the Knicks are a terrible shooting team and that our wing defense is pretty abysmal.
Well, like I say, like as far as like the wing,
like the playoffs the playoffs is just going to highlight our deficiencies even worse.
Okay, so that's what I want to see.
Right.
That's what I want to see. I already know that. Look, sometimes when you look at the stats and you see that we got all these people shooting and the percentages are low, but when you look at the record, it's different. Because if you look at where these shooters are shooting at, nobody's shooting above 50% on a winning team. That's the bell that's the bell. The liar on the bell. It's like, damn. Everybody else that's in first place got somebody on that team shooting 50+%, except for us. But yet we are competitive. So everything that you see ain't really what you're saying when you look at the record versus the stats.
But I could tell you the reason why we're competitive is because we're the best rebounding team or one of the best rebounding teams in the NBA. And we commit the fewest amount of turnovers. That's why we win games.
Yes, yeah. And look, I agree with you 100%. But in the playoffs, if that's what we're good at, how far you think that's going to take us?
Well, it depends on the matchup, of course.
Well, like I say, when I face a team, I want to know that we're able to beat any team, no matter what the matchup is, and we have to get there. So playing in this getting to the playoffs right now, like I say, we'll only expose what we don't have, and then we go out there and then we get it. And then we go back to next year because I'm not a guy like, okay, get these veterans, stick them in these spots right here. Because that's only gonna get you but so far. You're gonna have to have a foundation. And a foundation has got to be built with young players. And then you add from there. Because like I was telling Freezy, I'm a component of, maybe because when you look at a team like Orlando, they got every piece that they need. So if they get a top 7 pick in the draft, I think they're trading.
They're getting a top 5, actually.
I say nobody is guaranteed a top 5, but I'm saying if they got a top 7 pick, that they got a number 7 pick, I think that's a play that we can make a trade with them and get a player, another young player, wing, whatever you may like, out of college, still a young player, and put them with the team. That's how I'm thinking. I'm not thinking right now we need that superstar right now because, first of all, we got to see what the hell going on with Randle.
May I say something?
Yeah,
I
go
say
ahead.
something
You
else.
know, that's the biggest question mark right there, man. This man can go left at any time. And even with a superstar you put on this team, and then he decides to go left then. Because sometimes sometimes you get better with a trade. And if Randle was acting like this here, yeah, let's get that out the way for the sake of the team. If it's gonna be that way. So yeah, we got things that we can look at as like in the draft. We can give 2 first-round picks to move up to the fifth. And I think that's what the Knicks is gonna do. I think the Knicks is gonna move that pick and come up, even if it's a player connected to the pick. You throw Obi on Orlando, they still rolling. Obi in the number 1 pick, and our pick, and we could get your number 7 pick. I think they'll go for that because they got a starting five that they like.
OG,
You can already tell that. They like they starting five, and I don't think nothing in college is gonna help them.
I think they're aiming for more
well,
like essential veterans, not someone that's gonna have to get paid the next
well,
year. Like Obi, I don't think Obi would do anything for them. They already got like 15 power forwards on their roster,
I
like
mean,
young power forwards.
here's the other, and here's the,
Well,
and
but the way they run, you could move one of them out the way. Cause that other guy, he got a knee injury. He ain't played in 2 years.
Well, the only pick we have this year, Rob, is the Mavs pick, and it may not convey. We traded our own pick for Josh Hart.
Yeah, but I think it's going to convey. I really do. I think that pick is going to convey.
I
And
believe it will. I believe it will.
yeah, me too. I think it's. Look. I'm pretty much kind of sure that it will. The way that they playing, I think that yeah, we'll get that.
It's 11th
They
as of
still
right
where they
now.
need to.
You talking about the Dallas pick?
Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah,
it's in jeopardy, bro. They had 11. If it move
right
up one
now.
more spot, it's theirs.
man. Look, they
they're
gonna be
cutting
all right
tricks
with
so we
these.
don't get
They
it
gonna
back.
look. Luca done got back. They gonna be all right. They gonna be all right.
Well,
They gonna get there.
they just lost to the Hornets tonight,
They lost to the and they
and the
got
Hornets
washed.
and the Hornets was
Our number
missing.
4.
Yeah,
The Hornets are missing 5 starters from when the season started. No dude that
Yeah,
started the season, it was in the
they'll
starting
get that
lineup.
back on Sunday. They got a home and home. They get that back on Sunday. They'll beat them in Charlotte.
All
I
right.
hope so.
Um,
I hope they fall right on 11. That's what I hope.
Yeah.
yeah, because in my
Because
opinion,
look, if
we
they
don't get
don't, they don't got no chance of keeping Kyrie.
OG,
I don't think they keeping Kyrie regardless.
because I was
Either way,
Man, you don't give away all of that just to get Kyrie and don't do nothing.
Kyrie. At some point, they'll probably use it as a money dump if Kyrie doesn't resign.
I
That's
was
how
just
they
about to
frame
say.
it.
I was just about to say that that was a win-win for them. If they keep Kyrie, that's good. But then they got rid of a whole bunch of dead weight too. So hold
That
on, Max.
money was
Hold on,
coming
Max.
up.
Calm down. We got time. Yeah, OG. Hold on. We got time.
Oh,
Yo,
that money
what else?
coming
What else?
off anyway.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
That's all I was gonna say. That money was coming off this year anyway with them Bullock and them.
Yeah. All right. Go ahead, Max. Go ahead, bro.
okay. Now, given the whole thing that our pick is now at 11, I still feel that if that pick gets bumped to the top 10, Dallas gets it back. I feel like we've been fleeced twice yet again because of a short-sighted maneuver prior to the draft. I mean, last year was during the draft we got fleeced out of the first-round pick twice, and now we're getting fleeced twice before the draft even happens. Rose doesn't even know what he's doing half the time with these picks.
What did you want last year in the draft?
Wait. How do we get fleeced? We're fleeced where?
Yeah.
It hadn't happened yet. Yeah. I understand what you're saying about the Usman Jing pick. Us picking them and trading them to Oklahoma City.
And then
You know
trading
what I'm saying?
Jalen Derlin to Detroit.
Yeah, after that, because we couldn't trade that until we completed the other one. So if the first trade didn't happen, the second trade wouldn't happen either. But I understand what we're saying. We had more assets after that deal. You know what I'm saying? In order for us to but ultimately,
And again,
ultimately with the team that we already have, when you're looking at where we're picking, do you think the guy, and this is for Mets, do you think the guy, say if we stay at 11, Do you think the guy that we take at 11 is going to solve some of the issues that we have currently on the roster, or will you bring him along slowly, having him be a cornerstone of the franchise down the road? Is he instant impact or slow bake?
In the case of what Tankathon's given us, Taylor Hendricks from University of Central Florida, slow bake at best, dead weight at worst.
But we got to remember, if Tibbs is going to be here, he's not playing.
And again, it's the other problem with the way this roster is structured. It's another.
But Tankathon, that's a bad. Pick somebody else. That's a bad pick. Don't take Taylor Hendricks right there. Take somebody else. Why would you take a power forward when you already have Julius Randle and Obi Toppin?
Okay, how about Grady Dick from Kansas, small forward?
Right. Okay.
But again, that's a piece we do need. The problem is we have this nasty habit of blowing the roster without either power forwards power forwards or shooting guards that we don't need.
Okay.
That's the issue with this team. It's cluttered with so many of these two specific spots. The odds of getting the right piece from the other positions are practically slim to none. That we've squeezed out any room for any players outside of a 4 or a 2 most of the time. I'm over the years.
Have we had like a true small forward? Like, who was the last true small forward we had in the starting position?
Knox.
Cam.
Cam
Reddish.
I mean, okay, the last true small forward that was actually good.
Was actually playing.
That was actually good at basketball.
Yeah. No, hey JJ, no. Taylor Hendricks, no. Taylor Hendricks is not gonna be no. Taylor Hendricks is not a 3, bro. Nah, bro. No. Taylor Hendricks is a modern NBA 4, like a stretch floor, stretch 4 that can stretch the floor, and is a very efficient scorer. But he can do some things like small forward stuff in college. But he's not like a Brandon Miller. He's not a guy that could play the 3 or the 4 or back. You know what I'm saying? He's not gonna be that guy. What I'm saying is, even though I liked Taylor Hendricks, I said his name first before anybody, right? But the thing I'm saying is the Knicks. Think about what Tom Thibodeau wants to do. Do you think Tom Thibodeau is going to take a 6'9" power forward from college and play him at the 3 in his system when he legit likes to play Quentin Grimes and Josh Hart at 6'5" at the small forward?
Nope. Well, technically they're shooting guards, but whatever.
Yeah, but he'd like to play him at the 3.
And
you when's the last time you saw Josh Hart play? When have you seen Josh Hart play the 2 and a small forward play next to Josh Hart since he's been with the Knicks?
Never.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's my point. Like Taylor Hendricks, who I like, I just don't think that Tibbs, if Tibbs is here, he's not gonna play a 6'9" power forward from college in that small forward spot, even if that guy is super athletic. You know how I know that? Because we already have a 6'9" super athletic power forward from college on the bench.
Toppin. But then again, if our pick holds at 23, you know who the Blazers are getting out of this? Maxwell Lewis from Pepperdine.
Or is that what Tankathon says, or is that
Tankathon?
No.
Tankathon doesn't really.
They don't pay attention, bro.
They don't
scout.
They're not putting what a team might need. They're just putting who they rank as the best player in that available.
And that pick is gone. So that pick is gone, bro.
It's in the ether now. So.
Yeah. That pick is gone. The only way we get that pick is if we miss the playoffs.
And no.
Yeah.
Draftroom.com has us getting.
I don't even think like JJ said in the chat. I don't even think like JJ said in the chat. I don't even think we're gonna use that pick. We're gonna draft it. We're gonna trade that
from France.
We traded that.
Yeah,
I never heard of him.
Well, I would say this too, Dre. I honestly don't think the Knicks are going to consider bringing in another young player when Quickly and Grimes are showing so much promise.
Right.
Right. I think the Knicks are in win now mode. I think that's where they are. Would I like Taylor Hendricks? Of course.
Oh yeah.
I was saying Taylor Hendricks' name when he was barely a second round pick on Tankathon. I saw a video on it. Like I saw a video on it like a few months ago, and I was like, "Who is this guy?" Right?
He just would not fit in the Thibodeau system.
Yeah, I like him and Gigi Jackson. And my
I was about
preference
to say
would be Gigi Jackson.
You got that Trey man crush on Gigi Jackson.
Yes. Yes, he's the youngest dude draft eligible. You know what I'm saying? And it's just a bunch of stuff here, like a lot of moving things around the draft. But what I would say is like what the OG say, depending on how we look going in and coming out of the playoffs, will determine how we move. Like if we make an impressive showing in the playoffs, y'all can kiss all these young players goodbye. The young ones and the draft picks. Because they're going to try to make a move to try to elevate themselves again.
God forbid.
But Freezy, it all depends.
Yeah, go ahead.
But Freezy, it all depends on how you moving. Because if it's the young guys making you move in the playoffs, that changes the picture.
Right, yeah. But that's what I'm saying, OG. I'm saying that's what I'm saying. It depends on how you go in and come out of the playoffs. Is what I'm saying. That will determine. I think I agree with you. What I'm saying.
Yeah, the contributing factor is going to be the young guys. Then you'll be looking at the old guys like, baby, we don't need y'all.
Yeah, you be looking at like Fournier and Rose like, oh, we need to free up y'all money.
Freezy, I'm gonna hop out. Night.
Peace, Matt.
All right, Matt.
All right, boss. Yeah, man. So I'm with you, bro. Ultimately, what I would love to see is Obi Toppin have a breakout in the playoffs. Right? I'd love to see Obi have a breakout in the playoffs for a couple reasons. Either he be part of the future going forward, or we can use him as a trade piece in the offseason. And I know that's sad to say for homegrown talent, but you know what you want to do going into the offseason is have as many valuable pieces as you could possibly have going forward. You don't want to carry dead weight into the offseason. And I don't want to call Obi dead weight, but what I'm saying is when it comes to trade negotiations and say you can get a Brandon Ingram, you would like to have New Orleans at least value some of your guys like Obi, so it'll make the trade go through easier.
Right. But I think Obi is not that valuable because he hasn't shown enough, and he's 25, and he's due for a contract.
I know.
It's looking rough for him.
But Dre, if he don't step up, you know what Obi Toppin is to us? Dead
Kevin
weight.
Knox?
Dead weight because of all the things that you just said.
Yeah, but they also look at it like I think general managers judge Tibbs one way too. They be like, yo, man, we're not the only ones that see Tibbs for the way he is. General managers all over the league do too. They say, man, damn, you get this boy in a different situation. He's running. Tibbs want to play half court. Just like you got a thoroughbred on the leash. And everybody sees it around the league. They like, damn, Tibbs, you playing this slow down lineup, but these young boys is ready to run.
You know
they see that.
You know who you can compare them to? OG, do you remember a player named Jeremy Grant? You remember Jeremy Grant?
Uh-huh.
You remember how people was like, what is Jeremy Grant? What is he going? What is he? Is he?
He was a power forward, when he came in, he was viewed as like a undersized power forward that can't shoot.
Yeah, an athletic dude that could maybe there are some things that he could, but nobody knew what he was, man. And so
And somebody look, it's like one thing that we sleep on is New York Knicks, but you know what? Obi got a sneaker deal through Jordan, so your name is around the league. If you're not good for anything, you're gonna be good for somebody to give you a chance, knowing that Tibbs didn't.
I
Hey,
mean, the reason why he'll get a chance is because he was drafted top 10, just like Cam Reddish and Kevin Knox get chances.
and Matisse Thybulle.
Right. Like, if they were never drafted in
You
the
know Matisse
lottery,
Thybulle is shooting 38% from three right now.
and he couldn't shoot a lick when he was in
It's because of an old school coach grinding down young players. Matisse Thybulle is shooting over 40% and shooting 38% from three.
Yeah, man.
It's
They
because
man,
old
see,
school coaches will grind down these young players, bro.
yeah, and they don't. And Kevin Williams was talking about that ex-basketball player from the Sonics. He was saying, man, you got coaches in this league, man. It doesn't care. They play more politics to keep their job than raising a talent
Yeah,
or even standing behind the talent.
right.
They do what everybody else say, but what they need to do with players.
We did that with Trevor Ariza. You remember Trevor Ariza?
Oh yeah,
Man, Trevor Reeves, he was gone so quick. Well, we only kept him a year and a half.
Yeah, but he was so athletic with us, bro. We was, man, the
Didn't know
dude
what
was
to do.
We ain't want nobody 17 on the team.
He,
That was the mentality of the Knicks.
he
Yeah.
was the youngest guy in the league, and when we traded him to another team, he was still the youngest guy in the league.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
You remember LeVar Postel?
Oh
Yeah.
man, what he wore number 8?
I think so.
I hated him because he wore number 8.
I loved. I thought he was gonna be. He reminded me of Alonzo Trier. Like their games kind of reminded me of each other a little bit. Except LeVar Postel was maybe tougher.
He was out of St. John's, right?
Yeah. He was in the backcourt with Eric Barkley. You remember Eric Barkley?
Yeah, because I remember him. He played like when the Asheville had the DBL team. He played on the team.
Yeah.
He was here. He played on the Asheville altitude. Yeah, he played. Yeah, he played down here.
Yeah.
No, he wore number 7, not 8. He wore 7.
Okay. Yeah. I liked him, bro. But anyways, what I'm getting at is like I don't think Tibbs has the patience for another young player.
I mean, he's 65 years old.
Right.
This is his last job, man. After this, no one is hiring him.
Yeah, no, yeah, he threw. I honestly believe. Let me put this on the record. So we're about 2 weeks out, right? So from the playoffs, let me put this on the record. I think if the Knicks get swept in the playoffs, Johnny Bryant is the coach. If the only way Tibbs can survive is if we look good in the playoffs. If we go past 5 games, if we go to 6 games, Tibbs is definitely here. But I'm willing to put my reputation on the line saying if we get swept and we look bad doing it, the fan base will not stand for him coming back. Regardless if there are injuries, regardless if Brunson is hurt, or if we play well in close games, and man, I think it's gonna be enough is enough with Tibbs, right? I think they'll have to make a move now. With that said, I don't think the organization is going to get rid of him. I think they're just going to bump him upstairs.
Yeah, he's going to be like a consultant.
Yeah, because the dude does have a sharp basketball mind. It's just the way that he goes about executing is some things that people question.
It's like he can pick out players that will thrive in this league based on their work habits and their mentalities. But the way he utilizes them isn't probably ideal for 2023 basketball.
And Dre, you know what it is I don't have a problem with the way that he uses them. I have a problem with the way he abuses them.
Mm.
Right? Like he puts them in good position to win, right? But he keep them there for 50 minutes a game. You know what I'm saying? Playing through injuries. And you're like, Tibbs, come on, bro. Nah, man. Nah.
But it's also a thing where it's like he kind of doesn't let those players grow in a different role or out of the norm. Like if you fit a certain box, then you're not allowed to deviate from that box, even if it might raise their ceiling or help.
Right.
Like there's been instances where Obi, you would expect Obi to put the ball on the floor way more than what he actually does,
Right.
but he's definitely being told to take a bunch of threes.
Oh, no doubt. They told him that. They hooked him up with Don McClain. OG, you remember Don McClain, the power forward from UCLA? Remember
Yeah.
the tall dude that could shoot?
Yeah.
Yeah, he worked out with that dude all summer. That's why his shot looks like Don McClain. That's why he looked like Don McClain shooting the
Hey,
basketball.
look, I tell you just like this here. If Randle melt down in the playoff, Tibbs and Randle is gone.
Gone.
Obi's got to go too.
I don't know who's going to take Randle at what price.
Man, look, you got to, look, Randle wouldn't do that with a LeBron on the team. Randle wouldn't do that with certain players on the team when he knows in his mind he is not the best player. Randle runs that on young players. That's why I said he's a bully.
I'll tell you,
he runs that on your young team.
Right now. I'll tell you who could take him right now.
Cool.
The Dallas Mavericks.
Portland will take him.
Dallas would take him right now. Dallas would take him right now and pay us. It won't be a neutral say. Dallas would pay us for Randle right now because they lack that thing. They lack interior and big man wise. They lack that dog over there. They lack.
Man, there's teams that'll take Randle, man.
Yes.
They be like, yo, look, we get him out of New York, the pressure this here, it's a little bit more lax here, we can get the best out of him. They'll take Randle. Randle wouldn't be no problem in no trade. His contract is not nothing crazy.
You got to post this.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, that's Paris Duggar ran a 4.40 with church shoes on.
So he was sliding on the track.
It's like, yeah, now and so with Paris, like I get where he coming from. Like, I'm saying, dudes that you want to throw him away. What I'm saying is I don't want to throw Randle away. I don't. I want to keep him, right? But at some point, you have to consider what you are versus what you want to be in the future, right? What are you now, and what do you want to be in the future?
What's good for the goose may not be good for the gander.
Yeah, and so that's the thing I'm talking. In terms of Obi, I want to keep Obi, but we got to see more. Everybody knows that, even Obi. You know what I'm saying? Even Obi probably wants to be, a better NBA player. But we got to see more NBA talent consistently.
Obi's not going to be better. That's all he does.
You know what? He doesn't have to be better than Randle. He just has to fit better than Randle.
No, I'm talking about a better version of himself. I'm not talking about better than Randle. I'm talking about Obi being a better version of himself.
Yeah, he just gotta fit. We don't need somebody else can get those numbers because Obi is gonna share the ball. It's not gonna be an isolation offense with Obi. The ball is going to move around. So there's certain aspects of the game that, if you get 18 and 7, but everything else is clicking with everybody else, Grimes get more shots. You know what I'm saying? People like that start getting more shots and chipping in better, and it becomes more of a team concept than the three amigos, the isolation offense.
Yeah, but the problem with Obi is that he keeps doing the same thing. All he does is stand behind the three-point line, launching up three-point shots.
That's what they tell him to do. What you want him to do?
If he doesn't,
attack the rim.
But the thing is, Adam, if he doesn't do that,
he's going to be on the bench.
Those 12 minutes he gets turned to 3 minutes.
Quickly.
Yeah, but you see Obi throwing up 3 or 4 3-pointers, and he only makes one of four attempts.
No. Obi is shooting over 35% from 3.
No, his numbers is way lower than that because he's not consistent.
No. I think you're wrong there.
Obi can't even hit 5 3-pointers in a row.
Well, not many players can hit 5 3-pointers in a row.
Oh, Steph Curry can.
Man.
Steph Curry is the greatest shooter of all time, man.
I know
You
Obi
can't
not
compare
even
that
close
man
to
to
Steph
Obi.
Curry.
To play devil's advocate, Obi is shooting 32% from three this year, which is very bad, and his volume isn't necessarily the highest. I think he takes like three a game, so he's 1 out of 3 basically every night. 1 for 3.
Yeah, one out of three attempts.
Yeah, I mean it's
Yeah,
not like he's out there in the flow of the offense playing 25 minutes and he gets up 7 of them. So then he has a rhythm where he can hit 3 of them or something like that on
Yeah,
a night to night basis.
you getting 10 minutes a game, and you only getting 3 shots, and you expect him to hit all three coming off the bench.
Cold like that is a rare skill to be a
Your
microwave scorer.
expectations of it is a little bit out there.
Um,
Nobody is doing that.
Freezy, somebody might want to. Well, Freezy's in the background, so I don't think he's listening. Yeah, but yeah, go ahead. Rob,
Yeah,
you
man.
saying?
Nobody is like, that's why we probably taking to get more minutes so we can see more. You get off the bench like that. One game you go 2 for 3, the other game you go 0 for 3, then you go 1 for 3, but it's all in 10 minutes. And we expecting magic to happen.
It,
Nah,
it
you gotta lower your expectation, cuz.
only but a few players can give production in 10 to 12 minutes. Efficient production. Matter of fact, I dare to say 98% of the league can't function like that. If you were to tell Randall you only got 12 minutes to do what you need to do, what you think? You think Randall's gonna be shooting 50% from the field?
hell no.
No, he's not. He's not gonna have a rhythm. And when you take into account, he's only playing 6 minutes in each half. He's not playing the full 12 in a row. Like he's playing 6 minutes here, 6 minutes there. That's it.
6 in the first, 6 in the fourth.
Right. Just to
And
give
depending on what type of game Randall is having, is 3 and 3.
right. Depending on the type of game the Knicks are having, period, it might be 3 and 3 because Randall need to get back out on the court immediately if the Knicks are playing bad. So it's one of those things where it's like
You
it,
know,
it,
I don't find the logic to keep Obi because Tibbs is never going to play Obi more than 20 minutes a game. Obi's only going to get 10, 12 minutes a game. So what's
Obi
the point of
Obi
keeping him?
Obi is probably the best of his careers ahead of him on another organization that'll give him 20 minutes a night minimum.
Another team will probably play Obi more than what Tibbs is playing him.
Oh, without a doubt.
Exactly.
Anybody,
So
look, Cam left here and got to be a starter. Cam left here, went to Portland, and was starting games. So,
Yeah,
man, Tibbs is just a different breed.
yeah. Tibbs believes if you're not helping me win right this second, you are of no use to me.
Tibbs is stubborn. He's just a stubborn brat. You know, I don't know
Uh,
what is he
to,
getting out of with a 9-man rotation. He needs to go back to the 10 and 11-man rotation.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with a 9-man rotation if you
Yeah, but
were
it's
to
not
give
working.
guys a night off here and there. But when you're running a strict 9-man rotation of the same guys every night for 3 months in a row, it's going to wear people down naturally.
I don't know.
Most definitely. And you know what? Us as Knicks fans, we are bracing ourselves because we see it coming. And why he don't?
Me- Because you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Not in basketball, it is.
Man, that's why I think Mike Woodson said, man, I'm getting the hell out of here, man. You over here tripping, Tibbs. This ain't 1981, man. What you doing? I'm going back to college. I'll wait for them to fire you, and I'll come back and get your job.
I'm thinking Johnny Bryan is probably going to be the next coach.
Yeah, hopefully, because
I,
You
I
know,
don't see I
go
don't
ahead, go
see
ahead.
nothing out there to go get.
You know,
You
I
know,
mean,
he can put
you can try to look at Ime Udoka or something. you can try. I'm not advocating that. I don't think we should.
Yeah, I think his wounds is a little bit too fresh right now.
Yeah, like the Nets were trying to get him, and the bad PR made them change their
Yeah,
mind.
they jumped on that quick, didn't they? They was like, they jumped on it quick. They was like, oh boy,
And then the
they
PR came, and they were like, oh, we love Jock Vaughn. Let's give Jock Vaughn a contract.
yeah, right.
If the players were to start today, who would the Knicks play in the first round?
Today it would be the Cavs as of
The
today.
Cavaliers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see the Knicks getting past the first round against the Cavaliers.
I mean,
Nope.
it wouldn't.
Well, they 2-1 against them right now.
Yeah, I think we
Who are
play
the
them. We
Knicks?
play them. I
The
think
Knicks 2-1 against the Cavs right now,
we play the Cavs next
and
week.
they play them again sometime next week.
Let me check. I'll tell you
Yeah,
right
the,
now.
yeah, the I don't know.
We play the
And
Rockets
they
on
beat them.
Monday, the Heat on Wednesday, and the Cavs on Friday.
Friday. Yeah,
That's crazy. I'll say this: if the Knicks play teams like Milwaukee, Boston, or Philadelphia in the first round, I do not see the Knicks getting past those two
they
teams in the
3-1
first round.
against Boston.
Well,
Yeah,
that's the regular.
you can say
That's the regular
that
season.
is true, Rob. Yeah, that's true, Rob.
That's
But
the
that is
regular
also
Yeah,
season,
it's
but
regular season though, but I'm just saying it's a fight. I ain't saying they're gonna beat them, but it's a fight. If we 3-1, I don't think I'm not getting whitewashed just because it's the playoffs.
but you remember
that,
we were three. I think we swept the Hawks in the regular season.
Yeah, but they changed.
that's the
Look,
regular
they
season.
changed their coach though.
Listen, that's the regular season. The playoffs is a different animal.
I mean,
Oh yeah,
yeah,
but like I said, they changed their coach. They gave us the flim flam because I think if we would have went up against Pierce, we would have had him. But they
Oh
went to
my
Nate
gosh.
McMillan on us.
I think we beat them once when they had Nate McMillan, I believe. And then
No, did we? I don't know.
Nate McMillan got into the season, I want to say halfway through the year, and they went on like a 27-12 run to close the year, something like that. But we played them in the midst of that, and Randle went crazy in one of those games, and we beat
Yeah,
them.
Randle was averaging 35 against him anyway
Yeah, he
until the
was doing,
playoffs.
and then they started doubling him and zoning him.
Yeah, McMillan. He kept a secret into the playoffs.
You know,
Paris Duggar says, "What is playoff Donovan Choke City?" Because last year he didn't play that well against the Mavericks.
Yeah, Brunson dropped what 49 on him.
41, I believe. 40, at least 40, but it was like
I
low
thought
40.
I thought it was 49.
It was 41. Hold on, I'll tell
Oh,
you right now.
41?
Yeah.
Because I know
okay.
he averaged about what 30
Yeah,
in that series.
it was 41. Jalen Brunson career high 41.
Okay, yeah, but he averaged about 30 what 30 in the series,
Yeah, he averaged near 30 in that series when Luka went down.
and that was without Luca.
Yeah, as it stands in the first round, I think we have our best chance against the Cavs. I do like the matchups,
Wow.
and I think it'll be dependent on Mitch outplaying Jarrett Allen because everything else is pretty even in my opinion. So the rebounding is what's going to differentiate us from them because they're not an efficient offensive team.
Right. The playoffs in the first round in the NBA is 3 out of 5, right?
No, it's 7.
No, it's 7.
It's 4 out of 7.
Yeah, best
Okay,
4 out of 7.
so what is the percentage of the Knicks beating the same team 4 times in the first round? I see the Knicks beating the same team 4 times, about 40% out of 100.
Is that you're saying we have a 40% chance to win the series? Is what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't see the Knicks. I don't see the Knicks winning a 4 out of 7 series against teams like Boston or Philadelphia or Cleveland or whoever
I
the
don't I don't
teams
I don't think
are in the first
we're
round.
I don't think we're built for the top three teams right now in the East for the
Yeah,
playoffs. Now the Cavs,
yeah.
I feel like they're to be had. They're pretty young and they're not that great
No,
offensively.
no, the Cavs are not
So,
that good, but they can adjust.
but as of right now, the Cavs are peaking. They won 8 out of their last 10 games, so they're playing well. I'll give them that. They are playing well.
Yeah, I just don't see this roster winning 4 games in a 7-game series
What
against said
did you
team.
see this roster doing at the beginning of the year?
Adam thought this team sucked, so
Adam,
Right? What's up?
Adam, what did you think this team was going to do at the beginning of the year?
Which year? This year?
yeah.
Yeah, were you in space?
I
How
don't
many
remember.
how many wins did you think we were gonna get at the beginning of the year, Adam?
Oh, I think I said like 30, 30
Damn,
wins.
Uh,
30?
okay, so
We
they
had
that far
37
past
last
your
year.
look, so they that far past your expectations, and you seem like they only won 20. They
Mm,
12 games past what you thought, and you still not happy.
We won 37 games last year. We got a point guard this year.
last year,
Last time.
yeah.
Yeah. So
This year they're 42.
Yeah, and they 12 games past your as expectations with 7 to go, and you still seem like they only won 20. That's what your body energy is saying. Like, so what did you if you expect 30 and they gave you 42 so far, you should be a happy camper.
Oh no, I'm happy, with the Knicks record
It's
right
hard to
now.
tell.
I even remember what I said about the month of December schedule. I said that the Knicks, I don't see the Knicks going no more than 3-15 in the month of December. That the way the schedule was, and I was
But now
wrong.
you saying, now far as you concerned, even though they won 12 games over what you said so far, now you think in the playoffs they can't beat nobody.
Oh no, I'm not
When is the
saying they.
tide going to change for you?
No, I'm not saying they can beat nobody. I don't think they can get past a team 4 times in
Okay,
in,
so they
in
can't
the
beat
first round
nobody.
because this roster is not a championship roster. That's what I
So,
that's what
but
I
so you're saying that, so you saying Cleveland got a championship roster?
Nah, I don't believe that. I think
no, but I think their roster is better than the Knicks roster.
I don't think so.
I, I
They
think
might
I
have a,
think I think that I think their starters might be better than us, but in terms of depth, like guys 6, 7, 8, we're better than them.
Mhm.
So I think that might be the difference.
Well,
Because if we're talking about like straight up talent, Darius Garland, Mobley, and Donovan Mitchell and Jared Allen was an All Star last year as well.
and Garland,
Garland was an All Star, so I mean they're top heavy in my opinion.
yeah,
They're
they
very
got some.
very
They
yeah,
top
got
heavy, but we're
but
more
look,
balanced than they are.
when you put him, he was an all-star last year. He wasn't an all-star this year.
But I mean, you still got to give it to him. He's still an All
Okay,
Star.
so but we no, we just putting in context. His stats had to be different from last year than they are this year. So therefore, when you take that and you put it in there, you take Jared Allen. I don't think Jared Allen is any better than Mitch as far as like what he gives for us.
I
You
think
take
Jared Allen
Donovan Mitchell.
is I think Jared Allen is a little bit better than Mitch.
Okay,
Not
so
by a
even if
lot,
you
but a little bit better.
okay, even if you say a little bit and I say he's not, so then pretty much a little bit it may sway either way. You take Donovan Mitchell against Brunson based on what Brunson did to Donovan in the playoffs last year, you would have to say Brunson got the upper hand. Being that we're 2-1 against them now. You take Garland,
That was
you take
last year though, Rob. Like we got to compare
okay.
situations.
So
They're
well,
playing.
until he proves we already had the All-Star game again, so that's like I can say that. But
Right.
until Donovan proves that he can do that, you gotta give Brunson. I give Brunson the edge
I mean,
because
I'll say
me,
this: Donovan Mitchell has had impressive playoff performances
but
before.
I'm talking about
It's not last year.
head-to-head matchup
Right.
against each other.
But they
So that's
won't be
why I'm
guarding
putting
each
that.
other. They won't be guarding each
Huh?
other. They won't be guarding each other this year.
Well, okay. Well, yeah, they probably won't. Okay, even if they do. But when I look at okay, and then you look like Garland and Grimes. Okay, I give Garland that. Randall Mobley, I give it to Randall.
Mhm.
And then you got RJ against the Oka dude. I give it to RJ. So when you
Yeah,
look at that matchup, that can go either way. That's probably the best. And then we match up well against them because when we did play them, it
I
was like
I
when
I
we
think
did,
I
they
think our
won the
bench.
first one.
I think our
And our
bench.
bench is better.
Yeah,
Our
our bench
bench
is.
is most definitely better.
But when you put everything in totality, you got to take into account the Cavs are the number one defensive team in the NBA right now. Number one. They got those two trees down there in the paint, and if we
Okay,
can't, and if we cannot shoot, they will give us problems in the paint.
okay. So if they got the number one, what we three, we running around in the top five. I haven't
I,
looked in a
I don't.
while.
We're not top five right now. We're like towards the bottom end of the top 10. I think like 9 or 10, somewhere in there. We're not
Okay,
up
so
there
we
anymore because as of like the last few weeks, I think you missed the statistic, but Randle and Brunson are both in the top 8 of lowest defensive ratings. I mean, highest defensive ratings of individual players in the league as of like the last 3 weeks. So they've been
okay
pretty bad on
since
defense.
the because well RJ was down there most of the year, so see
Now
that's what I'm saying.
they're taking turns now. Like now, Randall
Okay,
and
because
Brunson are pretty bad.
look, it's like I feel as though it's this here. When Mitch is healthy, the guards play better. The Knicks defense look better. But when he's hobbling like he is now, you can tell Mitch is hobbling all over the floor. It's like, but when Mitch is on his game, the guards play better. But I'm just saying, them playing Cleveland, that series can go either way. And I think when Vegas if they do just play them and Vegas set the money line on that series, it's gonna be pretty close. It's gonna be pretty close.
Oh
You
yeah, yeah.
might get
I think we're very comparable with them, and I think we can beat them. But it's really dependent on if Mitch can play to the same level as Jared Allen and us being able to shoot threes. Because the paint will be very hard for us to get to when they have those two 7 footers in there.
but when
And
we played them, I didn't see their defense as a problem
we didn't
when we
score that.
played them.
We didn't score that many points on them the last time
I
we
know,
played.
but
It's just
we
they
don't
couldn't score on us.
yeah, we don't score a lot of points like that when you get down to when in that playoff mode because this is one thing about the playoffs. Playoffs is a lot of isolation. So
But
if you got three ISIS now, Golden State changed it around, but usually in the playoffs, you're gonna get isolation.
and
You're gonna get a lot of isolation.
even
You had
even Golden State goes to isolation when it's the last 5 minutes of the game. Then
yeah,
they go
because
to isolation.
there's a lot of isolation in the playoffs because they want their best players with the ball. Bottom line, everybody else get in when you fit in, but your best players better be making shots.
I'm just gonna keep it a bean. Think think Mobley presents some problems for Randall because of his length and his ability to just cover ground and contest jumpers. Now Randall may be able to bully him some, but when it comes to finishing at the rim, it's gonna be hard for him. It's gonna be hard because if he gets it over Mobley, he has Jared Allen coming over the top to help him. Those two trees in the paint is gonna make it hard for Randall and RJ. Now Brunson can cook regardless. Brunson's gonna be able to like finagle his way into the cracks and crevices of the defense and get what he needs to get. But when you talk about RJ and Randall, they play like brutes in the paint. And when they don't have
Hmm.
physical advantages like length, you see a lot of the time they get frustrated when they have 7 footers in the paint that are athletic. Not stiff 7 footers, like limber, athletic, rangy 7 footers that can cover ground. And those are the types of guys that give us problems. But on the plus side, the Cavs aren't this great, amazing offensive team. So we'll have a chance to slow them down just as they might slow us down. and it'll come down to half court execution and who's a better isolation team when it comes
Yep.
down to it. So, well, with that said, you bring up an interesting point when you talk about how Brunson outplayed Donovan Mitchell. If Brunson can play at a high level in isolation, then we have a chance definitely against the Cavs
Yep.
because
And Brunson
he's a
has to stay
finish.
healthy.
That's the thing. Like he had the only chance we have is if he's not nicked and dinged up. Like he has to be full go.
Right. So you say if the playoffs started today, the Knicks' opponent is Cleveland, but in 3 weeks from now, the Knicks' opponent could be the 76ers.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, if we keep
And the
losing,
76ers, they have a roster.
I mean, 76ers are looking like a well. I think the 76ers have the best record since the All Star break. So they're
Yeah.
they're
They,
someone to be
they,
reckoned
they,
with.
they, they have 2 wins over Cleveland.
I mean, yeah, but that's the regular season, and some players were out for some of those games, and some were
Yeah.
in.
But they already clinched, so but we have to think about 3 weeks from now when the playoffs begin. Who is the Knicks' first round opponent? Is it going to be Cleveland or Philadelphia? If it's Philadelphia, I do not see the Knicks getting past the first round.
Yeah,
Either if it's
but
Cleveland or Philadelphia, they're not getting
I mean,
past neither one of those teams.
like Rob said, it's not always all about if we win
Yeah,
in the first round. I believe the only team that we can beat in the first round or our best to win is the Cavs. I don't want to go against um Embiid and Harden over a series, and Tyrese Maxey and all these other guys. I don't want to see that. But in terms of the Cavs, I think the Cavs can be had because they're not a great offensive team. They're one of the worst offensive teams.
And they're the closest to us.
Yeah,
It's a 4-5 matchup.
yeah. Like logically, it's we should be able to win or have the
Yeah,
ability. They're not going to blow us out.
exactly, or play them too. But and either way, long as they competitive in the series and to do something, I'm okay with it.
yeah.
I'm okay.
I see JJ posted something in the chat. You, this would be dependent on if we decide to go to those mismatches. But even if we do go with those mismatches, you best believe they're going to be trapping RJ and sending doubles, and Mobley's going to be on the weak side, helping over, helping off. Because
Mm.
RJ can take advantage of the smaller guards. He does it all the time, but we never really just do away with the entire offense just to let him cook.
Yeah, but you got to also look at it like this here. We can that's a small backcourt.
Yep.
Hmm.
And if you put our bench against a small backcourt, I think we'll be able to do something against Garland and Donovan on the offensive end.
Mm.
You catch them in one-on-one coverage, you can have your
But,
way with them.
but this is the thing. They've had them small guards the entire year, and they've still been number one in defense because they scheme around them. And they have Okoro out there, which is a very good defender, who
But
usually
it's
takes on the
easy.
hardest assignment. And it's
Hey,
easier. It's easier to scheme around them when you have two mobile, athletic centers that are 7 feet that can cover a bunch of ground and contest everything. So, like, even if they were to get blown by and get bullied and taken advantage of, Mobley's going to be right there in the paint waiting. Jared Allen's going to be there right in the paint waiting.
Hmm.
So it's gonna be it's
mhm.
gonna be it's gonna be hard. And the thing we should probably try to do when it terms of Randle should try to be very aggressive against Mobley in foul trouble. That's what he should do.
Yeah.
That should be
Who,
that should be a point of focus trying to draw fouls. Even though we aren't necessarily the best at it, we should try to draw fouls on a young big that's his first crack at the playoffs. And young bigs when they first get to the playoffs, their nerves are all over the place and they want to contest everything and they want to be very aggressive. Randall should use that against them.
who's the coach for Cleveland?
JB Bickerstaff.
Yep, JB Bickerstaff.
JB. Okay, so you have to ask yourself, do you want to go up against JB or Doc Rivers in the first round?
Oh,
Yep,
I'm,
there you go.
I'm ah,
Me
man.
personally, man, I think I throw Doc Rivers, man. It's just me. I throw Doc Rivers in Tibbs' boat, man.
Really?
He has never showed he can win. Look at the team he had out there in the Clippers. They didn't get past the first round. Doc is overrated.
I don't call him
Kevin,
Doc. His name is Glenn.
I call
His name is
me
Glenn.
Glenn. Yeah, Glenn is overrated.
He hasn't earned that nickname, man.
Yeah, most definitely. I have to say Glenn Rivers is overrated.
The thing is, his roster is a lot better,
And,
which is
and it's
why.
funny as an older fan, I remember when he was a parade All American. Yo,
Mm.
Oh,
Doc
Doc?
Rivers out of Marquette. That's what Glenn Doc Rivers out of Marquette. That is funny to hear somebody say that. Charles Barkley, the power forward out of Auburn. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Chris from Oklahoma was good, man.
So, Freezy, what do you think? You think this Knicks roster have a chance of beating the Cleveland Cavaliers team 4 times in the first round, or they have a chance of beating a Philadelphia team 4 times in the first round?
Both.
Really? With this type of roster?
Yeah, that's what you asked me, right?
Yeah.
No half
Yeah.
stepping.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, boss.
I will say,
I disagree, but
any Doc Rivers coached team has a chance to underachieve.
Most definitely.
Yeah. And then what has the Cleveland Cavaliers showed you to make you think they could beat anybody in the playoffs?
Outside of their defense, I'm not really impressed with them.
Does this Cleveland team have a legacy of beating teams?
No, this is their first time.
Yeah, because think about last year, they were in a similar spot and they faded down the stretch like acid wash jeans.
I think they got hurt. Jared Allen, I believe. Yeah, he got hurt. Yeah, Jared Allen got hurt.
And even though I like Evan Mobley, Evan Mobley is about 2 years away from being the Anthony Davis type. He's not there yet.
I only hope he doesn't have his coming out party against us.
Right, but if we're talking about the stuff right now and not the stuff down the road, I don't think. Listen, Cleveland is one of those teams that knows they don't want to play the Knicks because we're going to be physical with them on the perimeter, and their big men can't shoot.
True,
right? How they am I worried that they're going to have Jared? Am I scared of Jared Allen for 3? Am I worried about Evan Mobley for 3?
As Isaac Okoro?
I like Isaac Okoro.
But I'm not worried
right now.
I'm saying I'm not worried about him from threes.
Right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Even though he's shooting well, but his volume is low.
Yeah. He's gotten better from 3. His defense is really good. But am I worried about Isaac Okoro's defense on RJ Barrett? No. But
Isaac Okoro's going to be on Brunson for sure. I think they're going to put Isaac Okoro on Brunson like they did in the regular season.
Yeah, ultimately, like what JJ said, they're going to put Okoro on Brunson, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that means who's Darius Garland and Donovan Mitchell going to be guarding?
They're going to put Garland on Grimes, and Mitchell's gonna attempt to guard.
They're gonna put Donovan on Grimes.
Nah, man. That dude Garland is too small for our.
But now, mind
very small.
Garland's too small for Grimes.
Garland's defense is much improved, though. His defense is much improved, but in a 7-game series, I don't think. Like there's like for example, like there have been good defensive guards have always been in the league.
Mhm.
But is he going to be Joe Dumars in a 7-game series? No, no,
You don't think Garland can sustain his defense in 7 game series?
no. I think RJ Barrett is going to exploit that matchup, and they know
Okay.
it.
I think you know what I think, Freezy. I
Do you
think
think Grimes can shut down Donovan Mitchell?
no. I was gonna say I, we're going. There's gonna be a lot of chances for RJ to be a secondary playmaker because they're gonna keep trying to switch those small guards onto him, and it's up to him to make the right decision with the basketball because you know those trees are gonna be down there, but you also know Grimes is gonna be open for three a lot.
And,
Randall's gonna be open for three a lot. Brunson's
um,
gonna be open for
do you
three a
think
lot.
Evan Mobley can guard Julius Randle?
No.
Not without help.
Not without help. Do you
But
think
but but they're but they're very good at help defense. They're very
they're
good at help
excellent? They're
defense.
excellent at help defense, man. But the thing is, a regular season defense like that versus a playoff defense, I don't think you can sustain that. I don't think you can. That's not going to beat a team. That's not going to beat the. For instance, if they Cleveland versus Philly, I like Cleveland versus Philly, right? Because you got Jarrett Allen on Embiid, and then you can bring over Mobley, and then force the rest of the Sixers to do something. But
You know
our
what I
big man ain't the focal point of nothing. We're just gonna put our big man away from the ball and run. Ideally, ideally, we put Mitch in the corner and drag Jarrett Allen out to the corner, run the pick and roll with Julius Randle and Jalen Brunson, and then now you got Randle at 255 with a head of steam going to the rim on Evan Mobley without Jarrett Allen there.
I think you missed it. I said if Randall's smart, he's gonna try to put Mobley in foul trouble. That's the first thing. Like in the first half, in the first quarters of games, we should target Mobley to get him in foul trouble.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I
No
say
doubt.
something a little bit different. I say that you get RJ back down Garland until Allen come and pass the ball to Mitch for the dunk all day long. Anybody who got Garland on him, you back him down to the basket, and then you go for the oop to Mitch or you make the layup.
Yeah,
You exploit him until they put him out the game.
yeah.
That would work if RJ Barrett was James Harden, but I don't trust his decision making.
No, because the guy is so small, man. He's 6 foot, man. RJ 6'6".
But
It doesn't even
they're
take.
not putting him on him. They're gonna definitely put um
You said Okoro was going to be on Brunson.
and then Garland is gonna be on Grimes because Grimes is not
Then
so
Grimes take him down there.
Grimes is not a post up
Anybody who
player.
got Garland, back him down to the basket. And then
How
if you
many
don't got the
how many times have you seen Grimes post up anybody this year?
no, look. But how many times you seen him with Garland on him?
Hmm.
I mean, the last game Garland guarded him.
Hey, look at here. In a playoff situation, you do something until they change what they doing.
Yeah,
That is your weak thing, and you exploit that until they change it.
But the thing is, we're not gonna do anything we haven't done at all this year. Like whatever we're gonna see, whatever you're gonna see in the playoffs, if it's something that we're exploiting, it's something that we regularly do. So, like for instance,
Yeah, but see, no,
we're gonna force switches to get Garland on the ball
I
to
disagree with
guard
that
like
because
Brunson.
now you in a 7 game series, so all that other stuff going from day to day and team to team is different. Now, when you're doing it now, you're gonna be playing this team for at least 4 games.
But you gotta
So
remember
you're
who
gonna
our
stick to
coach
what
is.
works.
You gotta
If you find
remember who our coach
Mitch,
is.
look, Tibbs will be a high school coach if he doesn't exploit mismatches in the playoffs.
But
Everybody does it.
but Rob, I'm telling you how we're going to exploit mismatches, not in the way that you think we're going to. We're going to make sure Brunson and Randall force switches so Garland is on the ball and then we attack. That's how we exploit mismatches. Now, we don't exploit mismatches with Grimes. We do it with forcing switches on Brunson and Randall. That's how we do it. And RJ. We don't do it with Grimes. We bring
Look,
Grimes over to set a screen, so his man comes over, and then we force the switch. That's what we do. That's how we exploit mismatches, and that's how we attack in isolation. We're not going to see Grimes ever post up anybody. We're going to see Grimes pull his man over, and Garland is going to be guarding him because Grimes is the least taxing threat on the offensive end as far as the perimeter guys. That's why Garland would be on him, and he's going to bring Garland over, which is what we do every game. We bring the weakest defender out, and we force switches, and then we attack. When we play against Atlanta, for instance. Garland guards the weakest perimeter guy, just like Trae Young does.
Garland.
Yeah, Garland guards.
You
the
said when we
weakest.
play Atlanta.
I'm saying just like Trae Young. Like Trae Young is on the weakest perimeter player.
Oh, but you mentioned you said Trae Young and then you mentioned Garland, so you
No,
threw
no,
me
no, no.
off.
My bad, Rob. I'm saying just like how
Oh, okay.
Trae
So
Young.
yeah, I thought you were talking about Cleveland. Yeah, you
I'm
kind of threw
saying,
me off.
but I'm saying just like how Trae Young is on the weakest guy. That's what they do with the Cavs with Garland. Just like how we put with Brunson. We put Brunson on the weakest guy. Like if Brunson was going against the Knicks, who you think they would put Brunson on? They would put him on Grimes.
Right. Okay.
They wouldn't put him on. They wouldn't make Brunson guard Brunson, and they damn sure wouldn't put Brunson on RJ. They would put Brunson on Grimes and live with those results.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, boss.
Go ahead, Freezy.
Yeah, man. Yo, hey, guess who I just talked to, bro? Huh?
Hoodie Calf.
No, I spoke with Rel from We Talk Mavs briefly.
Oh, okay.
Bro, the sky is falling, bro.
They are living. I'm gonna go check out the chat after.
I'm gonna go check out their show. I always recommend going checking out We Talk Mavs and We Talk Hawks. Bro, I thought the sky was falling in Atlanta until I saw my man Rel them. I was just checking, just wanted to jump in real quick. Bro, the sky is falling, bro.
And I saw the post game comments from Kyrie. That man is gone. He is not.
Yeah, Dallas lost tonight.
Yeah,
Kyrie is not staying.
Would you entertain Kyrie Irving to the Knicks?
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes, bro. We gotta entertain it.
So you guys talk about.
But Kyrie wants a max, man.
So you guys talk about, what guy's gonna guide, the Cleveland guys. Okay, let's spice it up. What man would you put on the Philadelphia players?
Adam, I was talking about Kyrie Irving just now, bro.
No, we're talking about Kyrie. Would you entertain Kyrie?
Nobody cares about Kyrie.
Yeah,
a lot of people care about Kyrie, man.
Right.
Unfortunately.
Right. The thing
cares
is
about Kyrie. I'm not trying to get off topic, please, but nobody cares about Kyrie.
Right.
But,
right. Yeah. Okay. All right. So if it's a personal preference thing about Kyrie, then I understand we are going, right? But the thing about Kyrie Irving thing is this. For one, soon as Kyrie Irving steps here, he's a top 3 greatest Knicks of all time point guard. Period. Soon as he step in the building.
Soon as he wear the jersey.
As soon at the press conference.
As soon as he breathes on a microphone.
Yeah, he topped. Yeah. Yeah, and the thing is, and how I know that there's a clear bias and double standard is you just watch Julius Randle have a meltdown a couple of days ago, right? And then you bring, as soon as I mentioned Kyrie's like, nah, that's too much drama. What? We are drama. We live drama.
We breathe it.
Yeah. I mean, come on, bro. I mean, and then I'm gonna ask: Is Kyrie Irving an upgrade over Quentin Grimes?
Wow.
Yeah. I mean that goes
Dre,
without saying.
Dre,
but
you said
it's a point guard,
huh?
Yeah.
But okay. All right. See, this is how you see. All right, so you're saying that Jalen Brunson is not comfortable sharing point guard duties with another megastar?
Oh, he should be.
I don't
See
like
why
them
not?
small. I don't like them small backcourts.
Oh boy.
Uh,
But we just
Man,
had a conversation about Cleveland in the playoffs.
And you just already said Brunson is he last, and then Randle is next to him, and then we're gonna put Kyrie next to him. We're gonna have the top 3 worst defenders in the league.
Mm.
yeah, but you would have put Kyrie and Brunson on the floor at the same time, would you?
but this is dependent on Tibbs being a coach or
AJ, let me
not,
answer
though.
that. Let me answer that real quick. So you've never seen Kyrie in a situation where he shared playmaking responsibilities with another dominant ball handler? Because I could bring up 2 examples.
He's doing it with Doncic now.
He doing it with Doncic now. He did it with James
Yeah.
Harden, and he did it with LeBron.
Yeah, Harden didn't it? What they play 20 games?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, but
No,
the thing about that was that wasn't Kyrie's fault. That was because James Harden was hurt.
But that's what I'm saying. So we can't say it been done with
I
Harden.
mean, it kind of is Kyrie's fault. Kyrie ain't even want to play.
Well, I mean, they play together and they can't play together. And you know what Kyrie Irving said? We'll let him play the point and I'll play the 2. Nobody remembers that, right? Because it's not convenient.
Kyrie's a weapon. It don't matter.
Yeah, come
What he
on, man.
lines up as is just a weapon.
And is Quentin Grimes' defense that great? Where we talking about? Nah, I don't want Kyrie Irving.
No, I would go. Brunson would have to go. I'll go Kyrie and Grimes in the backcourt. I'm good with that. I'm not good with Brunson and Kyrie because there's no defense.
Yeah, I would say this, bro. Bro, we legit. RJ Barrett is 26th in the NBA in shot attempts, bro. RJ Barrett. I think I would be amenable to Kyrie Irving coming here and getting all those shots that RJ Barrett takes.
Brunson is. You said Brunson was what 23?
23rd.
He gonna have Brunson shots.
Yo, Brunson is 23rd and he missed 10 games. That's telling you that
RJ
Brunson
missed
would be
about
top
10 too.
15. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, Brunson missed 6. RJ missed 12.
Brunson missed 12. Brunson missed 10, and RJ missed 9 or something like that. And they still that ranked that high.
Hey, they jackers, man.
Yeah, they yeah.
Ball movement where we are last in assists for a reason.
Yo, but Brunson and Randle got a lot to do with that.
I mean, no. I mean, if our offense was predicated on more ball movement, I don't think they would be opposed to it.
But the offense is simple. Is read and react first, high ball screen and roll second, and the last option on our sets is ISO to whoever's got the hot hand. We run it just about every time down the floor.
Whoever has a mismatch on.
Yeah, we run it just about every time down floor.
We play playoff basketball from day one.
Oh, please.
It's game 7. Straight out of
game
training
7
camp.
every day.
Hey, Freezy, you know what I'm about to say, right? Is Kyrie gonna come to New York? What is it gonna take for Leon Rose to bring Kyrie to New York?
He's not coming here.
To New York.
That man is going to LA.
Oh, come on! To be with
handwritings
LeBron
on the wall already.
They don't have cap space.
They got Russell comes off.
But they're already over the salary cap. It don't matter if D'Lo come off. They're already over the salary cap.
But they can be a repeater if they want to.
Which LA team you talking about, Dre?
They could be repeater if Kyrie Irving was already there and they could sign him.
But it can be a sign and trade though.
But they can't. Well, it might be a sign. That means Dallas would have to take all their junk and a bunch of draft picks for Kyrie.
They don't have no draft picks
and no junk. That's what I'm saying.
Dallas has no draft picks.
They don't have junk or draft. What are they gonna do? Trade Austin Reeves?
The Lakers
who gonna trade Austin Reeves for Kyrie Irving?
Lakers have 2027, 2029, 2031 to throw away for Kyrie.
Yeah. If you're Dallas, is that what you
But
want to
they
build your
got
team?
47 million that came off the book. That's coming off the books, man.
Well,
Right.
yeah, like the Dallas doesn't necessarily want. Dallas wants to win right now for Luka because Luka will ask out. Luka
Yeah.
said tonight, "I'm not playing with a smile on my face anymore. There's no more joy."
You know what that means, right? Jason
That
Kidd gonna
mean
get fired tomorrow.
Oh my
We gonna
gosh.
wake up and Jason Kidd gonna be on the unemployment line.
Hey, Dre, you said Kyrie wants to go to LA. Which LA? The Clippers or the Lakers?
no, the
No, the
Lakers.
Lakers. He want to play with LeBron.
This is what
You think
Luka said
you think
tonight.
LeBron wants Kyrie
Did-
on his team again?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, what kind of question?
I haven't heard LeBron talk about he wants Kyrie as
LeBron
his
was
teammate.
on Twitter upset.
That
And
they
said
didn't get
that?
Kyrie. Yep. Yeah.
Oh, God.
How he gonna be upset when he got Russell and he could have got Kyrie? He the one who got Russell.
Man,
I'm
you wanna
surprised
see?
Kyrie
you-
didn't go
you-
to LA from Brooklyn.
I mean, he tried to.
He tried to.
He tried to, but Brooklyn was asking for two. Matter of fact, Josiah said he did not
Oh,
want to
yeah,
send him
Brooklyn
to his
was asking for
desired
that.
destination.
Yeah. And then they don't have 47 coming off. They have 30. They have 31, 3, 7, 7, 7, 7, 5, 0 coming off.
I mean, there should be other ways to get more money.
Oh
off.
man, they
If
could
if
free up another $10 million for easy.
if they want to do if they do the sign and trade, that's definitely the only
Look,
way.
the Lakers can knock off another $10 million, man. Believe that.
Mo
and get him for 40.
Bamba is with the Lakers and he makes 10.3, right?
There you go.
Yeah, they can probably do that, man. But I'm gonna look at 23, 24 salary cap, right? And just look at 20. Ooh, OG, hey man, you might be right. They don't have nobody on the books. All they have is LeBron, AD,
Told you.
and Jared Vanderbilt.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. The Lakers might be in play for Kyrie, bro.
Yeah.
They've been setting up.
Because Malik Beasley has a non-guaranteed club option for 16 million. If they get Kyrie, they ain't picking that up for Malik Beasley.
Wow.
Nah. That's what I said. When they made those moves, man, they moved all of that money. Yeah, they got in free agency.
I'm gonna put it on the screen so y'all can see it too. I'm sorry, OG. I didn't cut you. I wasn't trying to cut you off.
No, it's all good.
Can I tell you the quote that Luka said tonight? Luka said, "I used to have fun smiling on the court, but now it's just been frustrating. 1 month with Kyrie and Luka's smile is gone."
You know what that mean, right?
I mean,
but Luka been hurt like 2 weeks.
Yeah, but that means somebody
They
getting
losing,
fired.
That's what they ain't got a chance to play.
Somebody getting fired, and if it don't work next year, he's asking for a trade out summer of 2024.
Yep. Hey, and I ain't gonna lie to you. A little birdie keep trying to tell me that Luka is gonna try to get traded to New York this summer, but I don't believe it.
Oh, what they want Brunson back?
No.
They can take whatever they want, man. They could take whatever they want.
Luka wants to be teammate with Brunson again.
No. Luka wants to be no. It's not about Brunson or Tibbs or Leon Rose or James Dolan. Luka Doncic wants to be the face of international basketball, and he can best do that by playing for the Knicks. It don't have nothing to do with Dolan or Leon Rose or Tibbs or Brunson or any of that. Luka Doncic, the way they tell me is that Luka Doncic wants to be bigger than what Yao Ming was. You remember how big Yao Ming was? You like Yao Ming in an All-Star game?
God damn, that dude is tall.
Yeah, you like and Yao Ming put up decent. Yao Ming was like what 20 and 10.
Yao
like
Ming
19 and 10.
Yeah, Yao Ming was so big he made All NBA while only playing like 48 games.
48 games. Yep. That's what the person is telling me. The person keep hitting me, and I'm like, stop with this stupidness. But Luka Doncic wants to be the face of global basketball, the biggest face in the game, bigger than Giannis and
He
LeBron.
wants he
Where
wants to be the face.
he wants to be the first thing you think of when you Google
He,
basketball. He wants his face
he,
to pop up.
he wants to be the face of Madison Square Garden.
No,
Nah,
no,
bigger than that.
Adam, Adam ain't even listening to me.
He
The
wants
face of Madison Square Garden. I mean, Julius Randle is there. Who wanted to be Julius? You think he want to be
Yeah.
with Julius Randle at?
No.
Julius Randle, the face of Madison Square Garden. R.J. Barrett.
Oh,
he wants
Not.
to be
not the
he
face
wants
of
to be
Madison
the
Square Garden.
son. He wants to be the son of this current basketball solar system. That's what he wants.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
what is it gonna take for Leon Rose to bring a guy like Luca to New York?
Our firstborn
And,
children.
does Luca want to leave Dallas?
Our firstborn.
And you know what it's gonna take? It's gonna take a straight out MMA street fight between James Dolan and Mark Cuban. Because we got a second round pick for tampering with Jalen Brunson. You think Mark Cuban is gonna allow Luca to go to New York after that?
I mean, especially after how the KP thing turned out, where they
Oh,
thought they fleeced us,
yep.
but it literally became a net negative. for
Yeah.
them.
OG, you know on social media people think like they'll DM you with like all this. Yo, I secretly work for. They like I get hit with like, yo, I work for such and such. You know, I'm such and such at the Garden, and I overheard such and such. So I get that sometimes, not all the time. I'm not an insider. I'm just a regular dude, right? But you know how dudes be wanting to get this whole secret source thing. Y'all remember Watergate? Deep throat.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The cats be wanting to be like, deep, like, you know what I'm saying? So the Luca thing, I laughed the first time I saw it. The dude hit me, and I'm assuming it's a dude. I'm just saying, just in general, hit me again and again, like at once every couple months or so. And so I'm inclined to think that if I take what that person is DMing me and what Brian Windhorst is saying, if you put the two and two together, then where there's smoke, there might be fire. And then Dre just said, Luca said that he's not playing with a smile on his face.
Yeah.
Hmm.
He said, I used to have fun smiling on the court, but now it's just frustration.
Yeah, but you would think Dallas is going to be asking for like a package for Luca to go to New York, right? Like Cleveland did.
It's
Or
going to be bigger
Donovan
than the
Mitchell.
Cleveland one. It's going to be way bigger than the Cleveland one.
I mean, New York is not going to get Luca that easy. They're going to have to give up some of their players.
Is there anybody off limits to you?
On the Knicks?
Yeah, in a Luca trade.
To give to Dallas? Oh yeah, Obi. I would give Dallas Obi easily.
No, off limits.
Is
Who
anybody
is
off
not
limits?
getting traded?
And because like the fact
that's
that you
hard
took
to say.
but
I
the
would
fact
think
that you
Dallas
took
would ask for a package, like Cleveland, similar package like Cleveland did. Like they probably want like Grimes, RJ, probably.
would you not
and a
give them
few
that?
others.
Would you not give them that?
Oh, I would give it that. Yes.
All right.
For
yeah.
Luca, yes. For Luca, yes.
Yeah, so the point that we making is, of course we're gonna give them that. But
would Leon Rose do it?
Look, man.
That's the question.
You're saying would Leon Rose keep R.J. Barrett and Quentin Grimes out of a deal for Luka Doncic? Is what you're saying,
brother?
Yeah,
I would
think he would do it, just like he refused to give it to Cleveland for Donovan.
So you thinking Leon?
Well,
Rose
that
would
worked
refuse
out
to
good
give-
for us.
Yeah,
Adam,
Yeah.
I'm trading
What-
Brunson and Randle for Luka. I don't know what y'all talking about.
And you think Leon Rose would give up those two guys for Luka?
No, but we're not asking about what they think. We're trying to get to like what you think, because when I brought it up, you stopped me, and you stopped me to say so. I'm asking you what you are thinking. Like, what is off limits to you in that trade? Is anything off limits? What do you think?
I would not trade Randle. RJ, I would give. Obi, I would give.
We didn't
Um,
ask you who would you give. We asked you who won't you give. Is
I
it
would
just
not give.
random?
I would not give Randall. I would not give Brunson. I would not give. Um, who's the other dude? Josh Hart. I would not give Grimes. Those guys I would keep. But
Look at
RJ,
here, and you saying
Obi,
Leon Rose is the problem?
Yeah,
he
the
is the
Knicks fans are the
problem.
problem. OG, the Knicks
all of them
fans,
will go. All of them will
all of
go
them
for
go
Doncic.
right.
You think so?
Yeah,
All of them.
Luka
I,
Doncic is a top 3 player in the NBA, top 5 easy.
hey, Leon
And
Rose
we talking
wouldn't.
about not giving up Josh Hart?
Leon Rose, listen, Leon Rose didn't even give up. He wouldn't give Cleveland, Grimes,
He's
RJ
not Doncic.
for Donovan Mitchell. So what makes you
He's
think
not
Leon Rose is
Luca.
going to give
He
up those
is
guys
not.
for
He
Luka?
is not.
But he
Luka.
is not Luca.
He's not
Okay,
Luka.
well,
He's nowhere close to Luca.
we'll
Yeah.
have to see
Donovan
what
Donovan
Leon Rose
Mitchell.
is.
Donovan Mitchell is a fringe top 10 player. Luka Doncic is a generational talent.
Generational talent since day one.
We just have to see how Leon Rose work his magic. That's all I have to say.
I'm gonna tell you this, Adam. If Leon Rose don't do the deal, I'm firing him.
He doing that deal,
If
man. It ain't even nothing
He
close.
ain't
It's
gonna.
what you want.
I don't think he's
you
gonna make
you
that
you
deal.
if you put it this way, remember when Shaq went to the Lakers?
Yeah.
If Shaq
Mhm.
at that time decided to go anywhere he wanted to go, you pulling out all the stops to get him over there,
Yeah.
no matter what the cost is.
Mm-hmm. The Kobe and Shaq show.
I mean, but there was no Kobe yet. Well, Kobe was drafted, but they didn't
Yeah.
think of him at that. Besides Jerry West, of course, the genius, but it was just Shaq. They were
Yeah.
thinking Shaq, 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 Shaq. You don't think
Yeah.
you just do for that type of talent. Yeah, Cuban would never want to actually trade him here ever.
You know, to be honest, I don't know what Leon Rose is gonna do, but I would be surprised if he gives up some of his roster players for Luca. I would
Cuban
be
mad.
surprised.
Cuban mad. He took KP from us. Let alone just take. Let alone
Yeah.
us taking.
Yeah.
I'll be
And
surprised.
yeah, I ain't even gonna hold you, bro. The mere fact if Luca even said I want to go to New York, I gotta first ensure he's talking about the Knicks because I definitely don't want him going to Brooklyn.
Oh no.
Oh hell, I don't
Right?
I
see Luca
think
going to
I
Brooklyn.
think the
Oh,
OG
Dropped out.
got cut off.
But
yeah,
I
I,
don't believe any superstar wants to go to the Nets anytime soon, Freezy. Not with how their ownership treats superstars.
yeah, but none of these superstars have to talk about they want to come to New York and play for the Knicks.
Hey,
So
hey man,
don't
DSJ,
don't.
there is no reality where Julius Randle is on his team while Luca is also on his team.
Right. Nope. Nope.
Your two best players, two top players, they up out of here immediately. Luca is worth
And those draft picks you covered, all of them gone
Luca is worth two superstars by himself.
by himself.
And who are the two superstars?
Rob is back. I had him. Oh my
Oh,
bad.
you
Randall
got
I
and
had
you,
him.
Randall
okay.
and Brunson.
No, they're not superstars.
No.
Okay.
Stars, but not superstars.
They might be stars, but they ain't superstars. Would you trade Joel Embiid and James Harden for Luka Doncic?
Ooh.
Yes.
Yes. I mean
If I
yes.
trade,
Yes.
yeah, I had that. Yeah,
There,
I
there was a
pull that.
there was a question, Freezy, like who are the only untouchable players in the entire NBA? And
Luka,
there,
Jokic, and Giannis. Period. Everybody else, even LeBron, even Anthony
Steph,
Davis, and Steph too. Yeah, Steph too.
because of what he means to the franchise.
Yeah, yeah,
That
yeah.
those of you, because if you say Embiid, you could be like, yo, would you trade Embiid for Giannis straight up?
Would
And
you
he
trade
would.
Jason Tatum and Jalen Brown for Luka? Yes.
I don't know about that.
Ooh, that's
I
Done.
don't know
hard.
about
The
that.
Cut the
age,
check.
the age is too close. I gave away Harden because he in his 30s,
I would
but
have
that's
said
a
that.
hard one. But
Breezy,
Jalen
I would
Brown
have.
and Tatum, nah, I don't think I could do that.
I'm telling
No.
y'all right there. Let me tell y'all
Breezy,
why.
I would have
Let
said
me.
yes last year,
I,
but they
But
both
but
all
hold,
I'd
hold on,
NBA right
hold on,
now.
hold on, y'all,
All right,
hold on. Let me tell you. Let me tell you why. The reason why is because if you take Jason Tatum and Jalen Brown off Boston and insert Luka with the talent that Boston already has, personally, I think you may be closer to winning a championship than you would be with Jason Tatum and Jalen Brown. Because
So you saying Marcus
the,
Smart and Eric Williams?
no, not
Grant
Eric
Williams.
Williams. Eric Williams been
Grant.
retired. Eric Williams been
No, what's the
retired like
center
20
name?
years.
What's their center name?
Robert Williams.
Robert Williams. I think
Robert Williams.
Robert
Him.
Williams. Yeah.
Grant Williams and Al Horford and
That team wouldn't be
Malcolm
better than us,
Brogdon.
Freezy.
Malcolm Brogdon.
You take Jalen Brown and Tatum and you install Luca on that team, we'll beat them every day of the week with that team that they got right now.
You couldn't beat them
Exactly.
this year with this. Bro, Adam co-signed
We
that.
beat
Bro,
Dallas.
No, we didn't.
We beat them in Dallas. They beat
No, we
us in New
didn't.
York.
No, we
No,
lost
we
both
did.
of those games. We lost both of those.
We lost both games, bro.
You don't
Well, we would-
remember Luka dropped 60
61 in overtime. We lost in overtime in that game, bro. He had
We should have won,
61,
but we didn't
a 60-point triple-double.
But then we beat them in Dallas.
No, that was a
No.
60-point triple-double game, bro.
We
That's what I'm
should have
telling you.
won, but we didn't win.
We
beat
had
them
an
in Dallas
8-point. We had an
last
8-point lead under a minute to go, and Luka worked his Luka magic.
That was in the Garden.
No, it wasn't.
No, we lost by like 20 in the Garden.
Like 50. They beat us by 50 in the Garden, bro.
We just made it look
That's the game that
respectable at the end.
Tibbs stormed off the floor and then went to a 9-man rotation a day later. I'm telling you, bro. Okay.
But look, okay, so ever since they had Porzingis up until this year, we've been owning Dallas, right?
Man, but listen to what I'm saying. I'm trying to get to y'all to understand why I made the point. I don't want to just talk y'all to death. I just want to expound on the reason why I said it. This year's team beat Boston. We've been competitive with Boston with Jason Tatum and Jalen Brown this year. We beat Boston with those two guys
Twice.
this year with Luka and Frank Ntilikina and Tim Hardaway Jr. They beat us twice.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But Freezy, we've been owning Dallas ever since Porzingis been there. This is the first year that they did beat us.
And OG,
Because Porzingis left.
I'm saying what I'm saying is to you have valid
no
points.
longer there.
You have valid points, but what I'm saying to you is this year's Boston team with Jason Tatum, Jalen Brown, and other guys all healthy, full strength, we beat them. Then we beat them once without Jalen Brown, right? This year, we had an 8-point lead on Dallas in Dallas, and they took the game to overtime. Luka Doncic had a 60-point triple-double. And then in the game in the Garden on a Saturday afternoon, where me, Dre, and Adam did the watch-along, Dallas wiped the floor with us. With Luka.
Our ass.
But that was this. Freezy, my point is this. Yeah, we beat Boston this year, but Boston been taking our lunch for the last 3 years now. Come on. That shot that RJ hit, that was the only time we beat Boston in the beginning and the one in the beginning of the year.
Right,
Other than that,
but that's not. That's not making the case for Jason Tatum and Jalen Brown. That's making them look worse.
Yeah, because they was on that team when they've been wiping the floor with us.
Okay.
See, I'd rather take Jalen Brown and Jason Tatum over Luka.
Yeah, that's my
preference.
Me too.
It's hard. It's hard to say that because them dudes are gonna be both of them gonna be all NBA.
Right.
Both.
And both of them are older than Luka, by the way.
Are they? Oh, they are older than him.
Yes.
Yeah, by what? By a year or two.
So I'm making my decision based on who has the highest ceiling for longer. Look, Luka Doncic has the highest ceiling for longer.
But
Jason Tatum will
you
never be as good as Luka, bro.
you could take the argument and say Luka get hurt more.
Jalen,
really?
who gets hurt more than Jalen Brown?
Luka.
Nah, man. Jalen Brown.
Yeah, Luka.
Jalen Brown got a hurt face. Right? Jalen Brown broke his face, bro.
Yo, Luka keep a nagging injury, man. He just got back.
I know. The wing players stay hurt, bro. It don't matter what wing player you talk about. LeBron, Kawhi, Kevin Durant, Paul George, Luka, Jason Tatum, Jalen Brown. Bro, for the most part, dudes are gonna OG Anunoby, Brandon Ingram, Zion. It don't matter. Wing players are gonna stay hurt. Jason Tatum has been healthy this year, but for the most part, wing players get hurt, bro. It's just a part of the business. It's just a part of it, bro.
Hey, look, man, I'm not taking, man.
Are you saying Jason Tatum is gonna be better than Luka long term?
You talking about him and Jalen. I'm not giving up those two for him.
Well, you got to give up a sweet. You're not gonna do.
I'm not making the deal. No deal.
But OG, what I'm saying is this though, is he a troll, bro. What I'm saying is, in order for you to get Luka for Jason Tatum, you got to throw in the sweetener, and Jalen Brown is the sweetener, bro.
Nah, no way. You're not getting both. You're not getting that. You gonna
if you talking about bang for your buck though,
you might get a first round pick and him. I'm not giving you my whole team if I'm Boston for Luka. I'm not doing that. Jalen, look, Tatum is cold. They've been to the championship game. Your boy been to the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah. Who did they lose to though?
They lost to Golden State.
Both teams lost to Golden State, right?
Yep.
Well, I'm in the championship losing to them.
But and that's it. The only reason why you in the championship is because Boston is in the Eastern Conference, not the Western.
No, I would have. They would have dusted Dallas off if Dallas would have played them, just like Golden State did.
But it's not Dallas. It's Golden State. And both of them lost. Both of them lost to the same. Both of them lost to the same team.
Hey, but what I'm saying is this is not because they was in the West, because Dallas would have never been there if Boston was in that division.
If Dallas was in the Eastern Conference, they'd have made the NBA Finals.
No, they wouldn't have. No way. No, they wouldn't have. No way.
Okay.
No.
Right.
I say no way.
All right. Either way, OG, I get you because and your thing of team building is the perfect scenario. You got a big shooting. You got a big shooting guard and a big small forward.
Hey, look at him.
That's what you like, right?
Man, Brown is cold, man. Brown be doing it sometimes when Tatum don't. Brown shows up big time. Brown is big time.
I know. I'm not disagreeing. I'm not saying that Brown's a bad player. I'm not. All I'm saying is in how we run. Jason Tatum is a megastar. Jalen Brown is a superstar, but Luka is a generational talent.
If we talking about bang for your buck, you know, Jason Tatum's next supermax contract is $300 million.
Yeah,
Jalen Brown, if he makes All NBA, is 287.
I can make the argument that Jalen Brown is a generational talent. I mean, that Jason Tatum is a generational talent. I can make the same argument for him.
Dre, would you, if you're Philadelphia, would you trade Charles Barkley and Allen Iverson for Michael Jordan?
Yes.
Okay, enough said. Next topic.
Hold on. Freezy, you would trade Jalen Brown and Tatum for Luka and put Luka on Boston and think they will win a championship without those two guys? If you replace Jalen Brown and Tatum for Luka, you think Boston will win a championship? With Marcus Smart and the other guys they have, without Tatum
what do you think? You wouldn't do it?
No.
You wouldn't trade for Luka?
No. If you put Luka on this Knicks
would you trade Jason Tatum and Jalen Brown for Giannis?
No.
Me neither.
Okay.
No.
Enough said.
You're not getting those two, man. I'm crazy.
Yeah.
No, there's nobody in the league I would give up those two for one player.
The only person you would do that for is Luka, because Luka is 23
Yeah.
That's
I'm
crazy.
not doing it for Luca because one is 24 and one is 25. I'm not doing it for
no.
Luca.
If you were to put Luca on this Knicks roster, that will still won't put this
Tatum
Knicks
Brown's
team
26.
to the finals.
Tatum's 25.
Yeah.
Well,
You hear Frizzy?
still. Hey, look, you know what them overseas players' ages be wrong because Luca look about 31.
Yeah. And he ain't in shape.
Luca built like he 45. So
Yeah, and he not
Yo,
in
Oh
shape.
you
my!
know them birth
Hey,
certificates be shady.
hey, Frizzy. If you put Luka Doncic on this Knicks roster, that still won't put this Knicks team to the finals, to the
Wait a
NBA
minute.
finals.
So wait a minute. Okay, all right. So with the roster being exactly the same, you just put Luca on it.
we would be the favorites.
It won't push this team to the NBA
We a
finals.
We
dynasty.
were
We win in the next 10
Not with
Oh
championships.
Luka
man,
by
look.
himself.
Hey, look, you wrong on that one, Adam. You
Yeah,
put
Oh
him
yeah,
no,
on
you way
this
wrong,
team
bro.
right now and don't move
with this roster,
nobody.
Yeah.
with
We
this
win in the
roster,
next 10 championships. Easy.
Yep,
no,
with this
no,
roster. Because
Yep.
look, you
I
check
don't
it out
see
like
it.
this here. Hey,
I
Adam,
don't see it.
you put Luca on this team, they are plus 15 they are plus 15 wins.
Yep.
He's plus 15
Yep.
himself.
minimum.
Yep.
You really
So you
think
talking about a
Luka?
60-win season.
And on top of that, him and his backcourt mate have already played 4 seasons together. Him and Brunson have already played 4 seasons together. So there is no orientation period. We coming out the box like a race car, bro.
You telling me
That's
Luka
60
joining
wins.
Brun? You
Easy every
telling
year.
me you telling me Luka joining Brunson on this New York Knicks team with
Wallow manager.
Randle, RJ, Grimes, Josh Hart? You think this type of roster with Luka joining Brunson will win the championship? I don't
A-
see it.
Adam.
I don't think Luka. I don't think
Adam.
Luka and
Adam.
Brunson can carry this team to the finals by themselves.
Adam. This is already a good basketball team. You adding
Well, yeah,
a
well, yeah.
generational talent to a already good basketball team makes them a great basketball team.
Yeah, well, yeah, yeah.
The Knicks players haven't been to the NBA finals yet.
So
What does that matter?
And
Look,
neither
you
is
got to
Luka.
get there. You have to get there. The Knicks with
Steph Curry
look,
never made the NBA finals until he did and then won a
got
championship.
until he
first
got
time.
there.
I don't know.
You don't gotta make it there to lose. You make it there to win.
Yeah, you make it there to win. Yeah,
Yeah,
and then
y'all need to prove me wrong because I don't see it.
Hey, look, you seen 30 wins and they won 42, and you still won't give them credit.
yeah, I mean,
Oh no,
yeah.
no, I'm glad that the Knicks won 42 and not 30, 32
Okay, and that's
like last
without
year.
Luca.
That's without
Luca
Luka.
is plus 15 himself.
Period. Himself.
That's 60-win season.
Easy.
If he was on his
Easy.
roster earlier, yeah, we could won 50, 55
So
if Luka
they
was
would be
here.
number one in the East.
50-55. You talking about
What?
65.
Yeah, we talking about
If
60,
Luka
65.
was here on his Knicks roster early in the season,
They
we'd
would
see the Knicks
win
win over
60
50
games. Look, they went to the Western Conference Finals with Brunson and Luca. Now
Yeah.
you got Brunson, Luca, and they got a better supporting cast in New York than they had in Dallas.
Right. 1 through 5, we better. 1 through 8, we better.
Matter
I
of fact,
mean,
Mitchell Robinson would average 15 points just off of lobs.
just off lobs, man. Bro, just off lobs. Get Mitchell
Yeah,
Robinson would be
man.
Mitchell Robinson and Luca. Mitch would be 15 and 13. Mitch
Yeah,
would
you
be
need to
15
go. You
points,
need to go
13
watch
rebounds.
Luca on YouTube, Adam, and
Yeah,
check him
man.
out, man, because you don't got the full story of this man.
Yeah, man.
Listen, how long
Luca
have you
is a
been waiting?
Luca is a one-man playoff team, provided help.
And the sweet part is him and RJ Barrett are the same age.
How long have you been waiting for this Knicks team to make it to the NBA Finals? And you
Hey,
think
man,
Luka's
we
gonna?
talking
You
about
think
past
Luka's?
history, man. That's like
Yeah,
that's a subject for another day because we're talking about if. We're not talking about what you waiting on and what's going to happen is two different things. Just because you're waiting on it don't mean it's going to happen. We've been waiting a long time, just like everybody else in the NBA that hasn't been there. They've been waiting a long time. We ain't no different because we Knicks fans.
Yeah, we at the bus stop. You just sit there to the bus come, bro.
And by
You know what I'm
adding
saying?
Luka,
It don't matter
and
if
by-
you're impatient or not. The bus ain't gonna get there no faster. You know what I'm saying? You just got to be patient, man. But the thing that kind of blew me away with the conversation though is, I think I heard IKBM Dre said he wouldn't trade Jason Tatum and Jalen Brown for Giannis.
I don't know.
Me?
Wait.
you
Wait. For Giannis, I probably would. Yeah, I probably would.
Me neither.
What?
Me neither. Not them two. Nah.
The only reason I say this is because Giannis is 29. That's it. That's the only reason. Because then that would put you at a time constraint to get the team built around him like immediately. Whereas Luka is 23. You have like 7-8 years. You have an extended runway to build a championship contender around him.
Bro, they call him Greek Freak, bro.
I know.
Yeah.
He's the best player alive right now.
Right now.
Mhm.
And so what you're saying is you wouldn't want 5 championships because you want 10 championships.
Yes.
I trade
That's
Paul
what it sound
George
like
in
to
the
my
claw
ears.
for Luca.
I agree.
Hey,
with
you
that.
can have Paul George in the claw.
Man. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I would do that. Paul
You would
George
do
is
Paul
the
George and Kawhi Leonard for
Yeah. All day long.
without thinking. No blinking.
Would you do Randle? Would you trade the Knicks starting 5 for Luka?
Yes.
Yep.
So you would trade
all 5
that for
guys
Luka
for
and
one
not
guy?
Jason Tatum and Jalen Brown.
You do what?
So Jason Tatum and Jalen Brown are more valuable than the Knicks' entire starting 5.
Yeah, because what I could put around them. I still got check this out. I still got Sims. Hart play Sims play like
Sims, Hart, and IQ.
play like Mitchell anyway, still got Hartenstein, still got Obi. Yep, I do that.
And we actually have the depth
Sure
to
would.
withstand that with actual superstars.
Listen,
Because you'd be bringing IQ. IQ would be a starter at that point, and we know he can do it. So.
Listen, if you can put on this Knicks roster Jalen Brown, Jason Tatum, and Luka, now you're talking.
Okay, now we're just getting
now
at
you're
it.
now you're talking the championship roster.
No, that's but
that is so.
You add those 3 guys to this.
That's not a championship roster. That's a dynasty.
And that's OD, bro. Because for one,
go.
Jalen Brown is already mad that he should be the number 1, and he's getting treated like a movable, like an asset. That was the news of the day. Friday, March 24th. The news was that Jalen Brunson is upset because every time something happens around the league, his name is in trade talks. He feels like he should be the number 1, and he's the number 2. And you think that he is going to be amenable to being the number 3 option, regardless of who else is on the roster? Nah,
he can come to New York, get RJ spot, and be the number 1 option.
Bem.
Yeah, there you go.
Bem. Yeah. I mean, because think about. I don't think another NBA player is going to do what Chris Bosh did in Miami, because Chris Bosh's legacy, while he did win championships, is diminished as soon as he took on the 3rd spot role. People forget how great of an NBA. Chris Bosh was a top 5 NBA player, right? Before he signed with Miami. And this dude signed with Miami and became the 3rd wheel, and people forget how great he was. This dude used to take Melo off the dribble. Bro, there's a dunk somewhere on YouTube where Chris Bosh took Melo off the dribble and yammed on Melo, bro. Yo, you like, oh, geez, this dude is the future. But then he sacrificed all. Yo, you know what, OG? You remember Earl Pearl before he came to the Knicks? You remember his reputation before he came to the Knicks, right? People look at his numbers with the Knicks like, oh, man, he only averaged 14, 15 a game.
He was averaging. He was leading up there with 29, 30 a game.
30 a game. Yes, that's what I'm saying. He came here and played in a system where his numbers went down, And people forget how great, man, when think about this, OG, think about this. You ever notice when people talk about the greatest point guards of all time, they never mention Earl the Pearl Monroe?
But he's in the 50 best.
But he's in the 50 best, right? I'm gonna tell you this: the only reason why I don't think Earl the Pearl is better than Clyde Frazier, because offensively, Earl the Pearl has no equal, right? But defensively, Walt Frazier didn't have an equal either. You know what I'm saying? In my mind, he was probably 4 times better than Gary Payton. Maybe 5.
Look, this who he was. Look, Walt Frazier was Jeter, and your man was Rodriguez.
Yeah.
4 times better?
Yep. You're right.
4 times better?
Yeah, I'm thinking. I was thinking like 6 or 7 times better, but I'm trying to be humble about it, bro. Legit. The only guard that I've ever seen with quicker hands or even comparable are 2 players that we saw, and they played during the same era: Michael Ray Richardson and Maurice Cheeks, where the other point guard couldn't even expose the ball; they had to be turned like this away from the ball because those dudes' hands were so quick. They wouldn't reach through; they would just poke it and try and run to the ball where they poked it to and get. Bro, I saw Michael Ray Richardson rip Magic Johnson 3 times in a row straight down the floor in Madison Square Garden. I mean, I wasn't at the game; it was on TV on Channel 9. But Michael Ray Richardson ripped Magic Johnson 3 straight times. Bro, Maurice Cheeks. Now imagine. Now you heard what I just said, right? Now imagine Clyde Frazier. Gary Payton made you miss shots, right? But Clyde Frazier had you had to put the basketball in a book bag in order for him not to take it, bro.
You weren't even getting the shots up.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Gary Payton was a bigger, more physical guard, and probably could guard. Gary Payton probably can guard 1s, 2s, and some very, very small 3s, where Clyde was only going to guard 1s and maybe some small 2s. But don't get it twisted. Clyde Frazier was elite defensively. Like, if you're talking about the best defensive guard ever, the only 2, maybe Clyde Frazier and Alvin Robertson. That's it. And then maybe for the newer people, Joe Dumars.
But you leaving somebody out, Freezy.
Who?
You can't leave out Nate Archibald.
Okay, all right.
You can't leave out Nate. Nate was a thief.
Yeah.
Nate was a thief. Boston.
I liked him in passing lanes.
They used to call him the Boston Strangler. He was a thief. They say kill your defense. He strangled the ball.
Yeah. And so what I'm saying is ultimately what I'm saying, getting at is this though. When you put a team together, you also got to think about people's mentality. When Chris Bosh was amenable to going to playing with LeBron and D Wade, right? Because they were going to win championships. They were thinking about winning 7 or 8 championships together. Unfortunately for them, it didn't happen that way, right? Unfortunately for them, it didn't happen that way. But they were in the championship conversation from the rip, right? So, but if you're talking about Jalen Brown going to win and being a third option, nah, he ain't doing that.
Nah. He's too far gone.
Yeah.
What's more important to you, the Hall of Fame or a ring?
Me.
If you were the player or a fan, because
you the player.
If I'm the player, the more important thing to me is playing for the Knicks. If I get a ring with the Knicks, great. If I make the Hall of Fame with the Knicks, but the most important thing to me is playing with the Knicks. With Jalen Brown.
I ask you what team you want to play for.
Listen, I'm trying to get there. Listen to what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Jalen Brown, once he got drafted, had already had reservations about Boston anyway. Right? This is the stuff that came out on Friday. He already, it was like some racial things that happened. And I ain't trying to get into Boston. Boston is a great city, they do have their warts like every major city, right? Every major city has its warts, right? But Jalen Brown had reservations from the giddy up, right? So the whole thing about Jalen Brown wanting to win a ring with Boston, I don't know if that's his thing. I think the dude just wants to be a great NBA player, regardless where he goes. That's what I think. I think Jalen Brown thinks he's a number one option somewhere.
Freezy, what was my question?
Me.
I said, would you rather have be a Hall of Famer or a ring?
Hey man, I would rather get rings, bro, because I can make myself famous.
Hey, would you rather get?
The Hall of Fame is a museum.
Me, if you asking me, I would.
Yeah.
I would take Hall of Fame because that would mean I made a ton of money.
Right.
because
Hey,
that meant you.
I take Hall of Fame too, man.
Because that would mean that you were an elite player. It didn't matter that you didn't necessarily get a ring. You were
That's
an elite
right.
basketball player, and if you're elite at anything, relatively, they pay well. So
Yeah, because look, it's up to the general manager to put a team around a great player. Now, it's my job as a player to be great.
Would you rather
And
be
in that-
Robert Horry or Charles Barkley?
Charles Barkley in that case.
Shit, in that sense,
Exactly.
I'd rather be Barkley
That's
all day long. Be Barkley.
But the thing I'm just saying real quick though, bro, just because you make the Hall of Fame though, like for instance, I met a dude, I don't know him like that, but we was, and I told the story before, we were in a Wendy's franchise meeting, and I'm sitting there with Tom Hammonds, and I know y'all don't remember who he is, but
basketball player Tom Hammonds,
yeah, me and him was sitting in a thing because whatever, I ain't gonna get into all of that. I met
Was he
him
on NBC as like a commentator?
No, not
Georgia
that one.
Tech, right?
No, not that one. You got him confused.
Not Tom Hammond. Tom Hammonds is someone else completely different because I remember the name Tom Hammond, like the announcer.
You got Rucker Tom Hammonds and you got Georgia Tech Tom Hammonds.
No, that's a third Tom Hammonds.
I'm
The one
thinking
you're
about
talking about is the one that be at the Kentucky Derby, the old white guy, Tom Hammonds.
Yeah, that guy.
Not that one. I'm talking about the one. I'm talking about the one from Georgia Tech.
Yeah, Georgia Tech. Yeah,
that's the one I'm talking about. Because me and him we were sitting there talking about his son. His son had just got a scholarship to Elizabeth City State. We was just sitting there talking because I met him in a dealership because he owned. But anyway, like we do these franchisey type things, right? And we sitting there, and guess who walk in? I mean, it's the most random shit. Alex English walks in the door.
Ooh. Wow.
And I'm like, yo, that's Alex English. Now, I know people don't remember Alex English and blah, blah, blah. You know, new people are like, young people will be like, hey, Alex English, who was that? Yo, he was the original Carmelo, right? This dude was 27 a game in Denver getting buckets. He walk in and he sit right by us. He like, yo, my man's like, I'm sitting back here with the tall people. You know what I'm saying? The dude, and listen, the reason why I bring up Alex English, right, is because that dude got rich outside of it. He made a bunch of money in the NBA, right? But that dude got rich outside of basketball. Like he was talking to us, like giving us a little, bro, you can take, and listen, I would rather win a ring and then do what Alex English did than solely base it all on what I make. And that's
fair.
Preference. That's my personal preference, right? Because think about it. If you're if Dre gets drafted 30th to the Knicks, right? That means he's got a guaranteed first round pick contract for 4 years.
We know Alex English in the Hall of Fame, right?
Yeah, I know he is. I know he is.
Oh yeah, you definitely know. Though.
Yeah. No, I knew that.
Mm-hmm. No ring, but he in the Hall of Fame.
Right. But the thing I was pointing out is he took the money that he made, or parts of the money that he made as an NBA player, and became richer outside of basketball. Is the point that I'm making. like the money he makes now. I think when I talked to him, he had on like 56 Wendy's, right?
Jeez.
And down here where we live at. And Wendy's down here where we live at, I think the thing is you probably make about $1 million and a half. You clear it every year after everything, right? And he owned 56 of them. Or at the time he owned 56 of them. This was like 10 or 12 years ago. And so what I'm saying is
even more ridiculous.
I hadn't talked to him since then. I mean, in person. And I don't know, if he's still whatever. He may not even remember me. But what I'm saying is some of these dudes, I think there's money to be made outside of basketball than it is. You know what I'm saying? It's like, would you? Because I can ask you the same question. Would you rather be Kenny Smith or Russell Westbrook?
Russell. Well, me personally.
Yeah, because Russell Westbrook is a Hall of Famer. Kenny Smith is not. But Kenny Smith is rich and famous.
True. I mean, but is it? I don't necessarily think about being famous because of Hall of Fame. I don't necessarily be recognized as my peers as being an elite basketball player. Like,
but you know what the F in Hall of
Fame of course it's Hall of Fame, but I mean, fame comes with it, but the recognition, the fame came because I was recognized as a great basketball player rather than just being a talking head on TV that said some funny jokes.
Right. No doubt. I mean,
like the game speaks for itself.
Hey, look, you could sell your championship ring, but you can't sell your Hall of Fame because it's not with you. It's in Canton.
Yeah.
They go see you
It's in
when
Springfield.
you're dead and gone. But your ring, you can sell your ring and you can move to a different country and tell them you're an NBA star. They be like, prove it. You be like, where your ring?
And no doubt. Ask, you know what? Ask Patrick Ewing, would he rather have had his career or David Robinson's career?
Oh,
Pat Ewing's in the Hall of Fame.
He would take that. Well,
would he prefer? Think about all of his peers won championships. Shaq has rings. Olajuwon has rings. Robinson has rings. Morning has rings.
He wanted to win a ring on his terms as being the best guy.
That's what I'm saying. I'm with Pat on that. I'm with Pat on that. If I win, I want to win on my terms. I don't want to win just for the. I want to win a ring and make the Hall of Fame as a Knick. It's Knicks or nothing. Period for me. That's just me. Now, others have their own thing. Like, is it about the fame, prestige, the recognition? Is it about the money? It all depends from person to person.
Right. I agree. But when I say like Hall of Fame, it's more like I want to be recognized as being one of the greats for my game, not necessarily everything else that came around it. Now, getting a ring would almost be a validation, like extra validation,
right?
That I was so great that I reached the mountaintop.
There were other great scorers during Michael Jordan heyday, right? You know the difference between Michael Jordan and Alex English? Rings. The difference between Michael Jordan and Dominique Wilkins? Rings. The difference between Michael Jordan and Bernard King? Rings. You know what I'm saying?
What's the difference between Michael Jordan and Isaiah Thomas?
I don't know. More rings?
Just more rings.
So you have to say
the difference. Well, the difference is the better marketing team. Nike was Nike.
Yeah.
Gatorade was Gatorade.
Yeah. I said, man, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Getting back to Luka, I want to just say this thing about Luka, and then I'll move on, because I got one other thing that I want to talk to y'all about. I know we've been at it for like, you know what? I'll save it, man, because we've been rocking for 4 hours. Y'all got something else y'all want to chop it up about?
I got it.
Okay. The Luka thing, bro. If Luka says he wants to be a Knick, bro, You got to give them everything.
Got to move hell and high water.
Yep. At the same time, no breaks, working overtime, working Sundays to move hell and high water, bro.
You do whatever you get to get the generational talent, and you figure it out later.
You figure it out, bro. You figure it out. I would trade Jason Tatum and Jalen Brown, and I might even throw in Marcus Smart for Luka. I may even throw in Danny Ainge's old office. I would listen. Everything, bro. And for us, yo, nobody's off limits. Even Tibbs. Y'all want Tibbs too? For Luka?
I trade Leon Rose, man. If I was
gone, all of them, bro.
If I was, it was basically the same move that Dolan pulled for Melo. It was like, make it happen.
Make it happen. Yep.
Right now.
Or you fired. Yep.
I agree. I would trade Leon Rose, Steve Mills, James Dolan. I would trade the whole front office to Dallas for Luka.
Yep. Hey, Wiz, you ain't gonna throw me in because I threaten to retire. It's Knicks or nothing, bro. It's Knicks, and you could trade me over there, and I'm retiring.
If I don't see Madison Square Garden on the bottom of my check,
I'm retired, bro. It's just what it is. It's just what it is. Knicks or nothing, right? People asking, yo, man, how do you feel about Brooklyn, New Jersey? You know what I'm saying? They up there too, man. You don't show them no love? No. Because to me, it's us or them. It's the Knicks and 29 other franchises, bro.
Yep.
I just like them equally.
That's like them all.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean that's just me. That's how, and I know that's immature, but I don't care because we all root for our team the way we want to root for our team. Everybody root for their team differently, and I respect that. And you know what I'm saying, I don't begrudge nobody for rooting for their team the way they root for their team. But when it comes to me, you got to understand that I'm gonna do it my way. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing with OG and everybody else, man. We be going to these games, be in the road. Bro, we spend a lot of time, a lot of gas, a lot of things rooting for these guys, man. Those my boys. You know, but for Luka, yeah, I'm moving. Yeah. Hey, would you do Steph, Clay, and Wiggins for Luka?
Oh,
yeah, just for the GP.
Yeah.
Oh,
I do that right now.
I mean, in a vacuum, yes, but if we're talking about what it means to like the franchise and all that other stuff, where it's like, oh, Steph basically
the franchise to get over that quick.
You mean the fans, not the franchise?
Yeah,
more so
the franchise, everybody in the front office, everybody. It ain't like they took all your. It ain't like in the episode of Snowfall when you quit, they took all your money and made you
yeah.
Still got your money, so hey, you all right.
Yeah.
Y'all want to hear something? Y'all want to hear something funny? I'm gonna make y'all laugh right now. I would trade the starting five of the Knicks for Jalen Brown, Tatum, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Jordan Poole for the Knicks starting five.
How are these teams getting equal value, Adam? Is what I want to know.
Yeah.
Yeah, he must be going in the front office with a gun.
Yeah.
We must be trading first round picks into the 2100s.
Yeah, to the Jetsons.
Oh yeah, both teams gonna get some draft picks, all right. For those five guys.
Yeah.
They're also gonna get the Knicks first unit.
Man, since you thinking like that, that's the best you can do.
Yeah.
Hey, if you have those five guys replacing the
I'll put a team that'll beat
guys
them
on the Knicks roster, you're talking the roster.
Hey, if you gonna reach for talent, you went kind of low ball for what you go get.
Yeah, you may as well go all the way. Yeah.
If you gonna go all the way.
If I was working for the Knicks front office, I would go all the way. Heck yeah, for those 5 guys.
Yeah,
for
but
the Knicks starting 5.
you put Jordan Poole on the team.
Why?
Yeah. What?
Huh.
Yeah, why
You
not?
could have had a better play. You could have said Dame, anybody.
Anybody, yeah. Since you reaching.
Since
Yeah,
you was
man.
out there,
Oh,
you
no,
know,
no,
you out there on the island.
Oh no, I won't stop there. I would try to get Dame too.
Well, I tell you what, this offseason is definitely going to be interesting. I think it all rests on though, like a point that we mentioned a little while ago. Yo, look who here! Oh boy, somebody! Yo, we got one of the family is backstage. Lee in the building.
Mr. Lee, what's good?
What's good?
What's
bro?
good? What's good? What's
What
good?
up?
What's good? How y'all doing? How y'all doing?
Man,
Chilling,
I
my
feel
man.
honored to be with my man, Mr. Rob the Nick.
Rob.
What's up, baby boy? What's good?
Yo, that's the OG of it all. Yo, I remember watching you. I remember watching you when the seed was planted.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. When I saw him, I was like, yo, I was super excited to see the OG man coming up here rocking with us, man. I mean, I no lie, I like when OG come because you kind of get like, and I know it sounds sappy, but you kind of get like the kind of old school feel and new school thinking at the same time. You know what I'm saying? And the younger cats give you that new school, they give you that new school thinking. But you know what I'm saying, they can't give you like that. And no disrespect to them, because all you can talk about is what you've seen, what you experienced.
No doubt, no
when
doubt,
you get
no
the best
doubt.
of both worlds, bro, it's like
Hey,
It
Lee,
is
what
what
you
it
think
is.
about the question, the Hall of Fame or championship ring?
No, I need to hear from the beginning. From whom to whom?
Like, if you was a player, what would you want, a championship ring or be in the Hall of Fame?
Ah, that's a great question. Hall of Fame.
okay.
Hall of I mean, I want the chip. But the Hall of Fame is what it is. You know what I'm saying? That's what we strive for. No,
No
we
doubt.
strive for the chip. We strive for the chip, but the longevity of our career consists of the Hall of Fame.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what I think too. The Hall
Yeah,
got to get in.
I gotta get them rings, bro. I don't care about getting in the club free. Oh, there go Uncle Freezy, man. He in the Hall of Fame. Let him in free VIP. I don't care nothing about that. I don't care nothing about
Hey
that.
man, hey man, I ain't mad at my man Pat for sitting, at the dark table, not the littered table. You understand what I'm saying? With everybody else. But I will say though, because you know what I'm saying, because at the end of the day, the whole entire fight is to get to the rings. And if you at least if you step into the ring, you know what I'm saying, a few times to get to the ring, and whether you had a marginal team or not, you understand what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You can't be ashamed of yourself. A la Charles Barkley, a la Karl Malone and Stockton. You know what I'm saying? Even
Yeah.
at one point, what's my man name from Portland?
Drexler. No, Clyde got
Drexler.
one.
He got one, even
With
though he was shipped email. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
By accident.
the Houston.
By accident.
Yeah.
because they didn't
Yeah.
expect that to happen. But at the end of the day, to keep it all real, nah, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes sometimes it's better to be lucky than great. You know what I'm saying?
True.
In some sense. You know what I mean? Because it's all about chemistry and what situation some people line you up in. You know what I mean? With all good intentions, all involved at the beginning. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
Because God knows Pat deserved his. Pat deserved his. You talking about somebody, a warrior for how many years? 13, 14 years in New York?
Yeah.
15
years, yeah.
15 years in New York. And then, hold on a second, one more time. Then you got to think, having 9 straight winning seasons in New York, not skipping a beat to make it into the playoffs. Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah, man, gotta get it. And it all comes. Then when you look back at the career, you be like, "Yo, the finger roll when you should have dunked." You get hurt in the year that you can take it.
Yeah,
because I think that would have been a different series if Pat would have been able to play.
Yeah, 99
in 2000.
Yeah.
Or even in when he sprained his ankle before when it all started when it started in the beginning. When he had what was it? I always get this confused with Freezy. I do not know if this was 93 or 92 when he was still a younger man, when he was like in his 28 or 29, and he sprained his ankle against the Bulls. You understand what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? Yo, one thing I can say about Patrick Ewing, he gave us his all as a Knick. You know what I'm saying? And he never slouched us not one season. You know what I'm saying? As a Warrior. You know what I'm saying? He was never, unfortunately, he didn't have the surrounding pieces like, the captain did. You know what I'm saying? But he still gave you every bit of what the captain would have gave us by himself.
Okay.
And I digress.
All right. Well, man, I'm tired, bro. We've been on like 4 hours.
Oh man,
and I was on like 2 hours with the Queen Bee. It's like 6. How many hours we put in a day, man? Like 7 hours of straight internet. I'm gonna get out of here, fellas.
No
All right.
Thank y'all for rocking with us, man. It was good to see y'all, man.
No doubt, man.
I'm gonna probably go get me a big salad and binge watch something. I'm gonna probably start about 7 o'clock this morning and binge watch some Jack Ryan or something. Anyway, I'm gonna holler at y'all later, man.